Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Dina. The marble floors of Lord Gildred's estate are colder than a tomb. The chill seeps through the thin soles of my slave slippers, a constant gnawing reminder of this place, of my place. Above, enchanted globes of light drift near the vaulted ceiling, casting a sterile, white glow on gilded walls that never feel warm. Their light catches the cruel angles on the faces of the Miu guards, their violet eyes missing nothing, their lips curled in permanent contempt. They watch me pass, a human insect scuttling through their pristine world, and I keep my own eyes down, my focus on the grime my rag is meant to collect from the pristine floor. To be noticed is to be a target. A sharp kick to my ribs sends me sprawling. The bucket of filthy water sloshes, a wave of grey soaking the hem of my rough-spun tunic. Pain, bright and blinding, explodes behind my eyes. "Watch where you're going, filth." The guard's voice is silk woven around steel. He doesn't even look down. He just adjusts the silver inlay on his gauntlet and stalks on, leaving me gasping on the freezing floor. Ice floods my veins, stealing what little warmth I had. I bite back the cry that claws at my throat. Sound is a weakness. Pain is a lesson. That is the first thing you learn in a dark elf service. I'm still trying to force air back into my lungs when another shadow falls over me. This one belongs to the kennel master, a sour-faced Zagfer, whose cruelty is born not of arrogance, but of bitter resentment for his station. "On your feet, girl," he snaps, his voice a rusty grate. "You've drawn the beast detail today." My stomach plummets. A collective hiss of pity and fear rises from the other slaves scrubbing nearby. The beast detail. It's a punishment, a threat, a horror story whispered in the barracks after the lights are extinguished. No one wants it. The last girl who had it for a week came back with her arm torn from its socket. She'd lasted a day before the fever took her. The kennel master shoves a wooden bucket into my hands. Inside, a hunk of raw, bloody meat steams in the cold air. "The master's pet has been agitated. Don't get close. Just throw it in and run." He doesn't need to tell me twice. My feet carry me down the grand staircase, away from the cloying perfume and cold light of the main halls, and into the deep, damp underbelly of the estate. Down here the air grows thick, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies, of fear, and of something else. A primal musk of apex predator that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. The only light comes from sputtering torches that cast long, dancing shadows, turning the stone corridors into a monster's gullet. The final gate is a portcullis of black iron, slick with moisture. The guard levers it open with a groan of protesting metal, and the smell hits me like a carriage running with the speed of light. Rot, filth, and the raw, coppery scent of blood. The air leaves my body in a painful whoosh. And then I see him. He is chained to the far wall, a creature born from a fever dream. He is immense, a 10-foot-tall mountain of corrupted flesh and knotted muscle, his sheer scale so overwhelming it steals the breath. This is the master's Urog, the twisted mockery of an orc warrior that Lord Gildred is so proud of. His skin, what I can see of it beneath the filth and dried blood, is a sickly, bruised-looking grey-green, a diseased parody of the healthy olive tone I've heard orcs possess. Every inch of him is a testament to the sorcerer's vile magic. Muscles bulge at unnatural angles, impossibly thick and dense, roped with veins as thick as my wrist. His spine is hunched, his shoulders so broad they seem they could carry the weight of the entire estate. His head is a nightmare. A heavy, protruding brow hangs over eyes that burn like coals in the darkness. His nose is flattened, his jaw a brutish, jutting shelf of bone from which two yellowed tusks curve upward, small and blunted, but still wickedly sharp. A low, guttural breathing, like a forge bellows, rumbles from his chest, each exhale a hot, foul cloud in the frigid air. Thick, enchanted shackles of black iron are bolted around his wrists, his ankles, and his throat, the metal glowing with a faint, sickly purple light. The chains that bind him to the wall are as thick as my waist, yet he shifts, and they groan in protest, the sound of stressed metal echoing the agony of his existence. He is a masterpiece of pain, a living monument to dark elf cruelty. But as I stand there, my knuckles white on the bucket's handle, my terror is pierced by a pang of something else, something forbidden, a stubborn, aching compassion. Through the filth and the fury, I can see the faded lines of a tattoo on his shoulder, a stylized sun, its rays warped by the twisted muscle beneath. It is a mark of belonging, a ghost of the warrior he once was before they made him this thing. I take a step into the enclosure, then another. My heart thunders against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. The kennel master's words echo in my mind. Throw it in and run. But I can't. To treat him like a mindless animal is to agree with his captors. It is to become a part of their cruelty. He watches my approach, his massive head lifting. A growl begins deep in his chest, a terrifying rumble that vibrates through the stone floor. This is madness. He will kill me. I'm not going to hurt you, I whisper, my voice trembling so badly I can barely form the words. The sound of it, small and human, seems to startle him. The growl subsides into that guttural breathing once more. I reach the edge of his chain's radius and set the bucket down. Instead of leaving, I pull a small cloth-wrapped bundle from my pocket. It's half of my morning's bread ration, dry and coarse, but it's all I have. I place it on the ground beside the bucket of meat. His gaze drops to the bread, then lifts back to my face. The burning rage in his eyes is absolute, a hellish inferno, but for a fraction of a second, just an instant, the flames part, and in that space I see it. A flicker of something else. Not rage, not madness. Something shockingly, heartbreakingly sane. It looks like a surprise. The moment is shattered. "What are you doing, you stupid girl?" A hand slams into my back, shoving me forward. I stumble, catching myself on the cold stone just inches from his reach. The guard from the gate stands behind me, his face a hard mask of fury. "Get away from it," he snarls, grabbing my arm and yanking me back toward the entrance. His fingers dig into my flesh like talons. The master wants a beast, not a pet. You linger like that again, and I'll let it show you what those claws are for. It'll rip you apart and not think twice. He throws me out of the enclosure and slams the portcullis down with a deafening clang. Through the bars, I look back. The Urog hasn't moved. He isn't looking at the meat. He is staring at the small, humble piece of bread, and the flicker in his eyes is still there. A tiny, impossible spark of a soul buried in the dark.
Chapter 2. Xylon. Darkness, stench, stone. My world is a cage of these three things. The darkness is thick, broken only by the thin slice of torchlight under the iron gate. The stench is my own, filth and stale blood and the bitter stink of despair that clings to this pit. The stone is a constant pressure, cold against my back, rough under my claws, unyielding. It is the fourth wall of my prison. The chains are the other three. They are heavy, always heavy. They bite into the flesh of my wrists and my throat, a cold, constant reminder. But the iron is not the worst pain. The curse is a fire that burns under my skin, a ceaseless, agonizing heat that never cools. It is a red haze behind my eyes, a frantic drumbeat in my skull that screams one word over and over. Rage. The beast agrees. The beast wants to tear and break and shatter. It wants to feel the stone groan under the pressure of my claws. It wants to taste blood. It is a simple, honest hunger. Most of the time, I let it roar. It is easier than remembering. A sound. Metal scraping on metal. The gate. My head lifts from the stone floor. The movement sends a jolt of fire through the magical scars on my neck. The beast inside me stirs, a low growl building in my chest. A guard. The scent of them is always the same. Oily metal, sweat, and the thin, sharp smell of cruelty. Food will follow. The beast wants the meat. The man remembers a time when he was not fed like a dog. The memory is a shard of glass in my mind. I push it down. But the scent that follows the guard is different. It cuts through the rot and the filth of the kennels like a clean, sharp knife. It is the smell of warm bread fresh from the oven. It is the smell of rain on dry earth. It is something clean, something good. A small shape follows the guard. Female. Human. The beast notes her fragility, the way her bones would snap like twigs. Prey. But the scent, it is not the scent of prey. It does not carry the sharp tang of fear I smell on the others. There is fear in it, yes, buried deep. But layered over it is something else. The scent of stubborn courage. She carries the bucket of meat. The coppery aroma makes my stomach clench. Hunger is a claw, scraping the inside of my gut. But it is her scent that holds me. It is a cool balm on the fire beneath my skin. The red haze in my vision seems to thin. The roaring in my skull quieting to a low hum. The guard leaves. The gate clangs shut. I am alone with her. With the scent. She does not throw the food as the others do. She walks into my cage. The beast screams in my mind. Foolish. Weak. Tear her apart. My muscles tense. A growl rips from my throat, a sound like stone grinding against stone. I want her to run. I want the clean scent to stay. The two thoughts are a war. She stops. I can hear the frantic bird wing flutter of her heart. She whispers something. The words are lost in the haze, but the sound of her voice, it is like her scent. A low, gentle hum that settles over the rage drum in my head. It does not extinguish the fire, but it soothes the worst of the burn. For a moment, the pain is distant. She sets the bucket down. Then she does something that makes no sense. From a pocket, she takes something small. Bread. Her own. She places it on the stone floor. An offering, given freely. The scent of warm bread hits me and the world shatters. The fire is warm. A great bonfire in the stronghold. Drums beat a rhythm that is the heart of my people. The sun is a blessing on my skin. My mother smiles, her tusks small and white. Her hands, strong and kind, offer me a piece of bread still steaming. Pain. Agony. The memory is a lightning strike, brilliant and devastating. And then it is gone, leaving only the dark, aching void of what I have lost. A roar of grief and fury tears itself from my lungs, but the sound is trapped in this monstrous throat, emerging only as a guttural cry. The beast hates the memory. Memory is a weakness. The memory is pain. I hate the beast. My eyes focus on the bread. It sits on the cold, filthy stone, a small, impossible piece of a life that is no longer mine. The beast screams, "Food! Take it! Devour!" My claws descend into the floor, the rock scraping under the pressure. Hunger is a physical thing, a burning sensation that climbs my throat. It would be so easy to lunge, to swallow the bread and the meat and forget the memory, forget the pain. But I do not move. The man inside me, the orc chieftain's son they thought they had burned away, holds the beast still. He sees not just food, he sees the gesture, the kindness. It is a thing I have not known since my mother's hands. It is a thing this world of dark elves does not allow. She gave it anyway. She is watching me. I can feel her gaze, feel the warmth of her body across the small space. I can smell the stubborn courage on her, and I understand. She is not like them. And then the guard returns. The scent of his malice is a foul poison in the air. His voice is a lash. "What are you doing, you stupid girl?" A thud. Her scent sharpens with a spike of pain and sudden fear. The rage that floods me is no longer the mindless burning fire of the beast. This is different. This is cold. This is sharp. This is mine. It is the fury of a warrior seeing one under his protection harmed. The thought is a thunderclap, clear and absolute in my mind. Mine. Protected. A surge of power, of will I didn't know I still possessed, floods my limbs. The rage is a focused point of pure, intelligent fury. I will tear him apart for touching her. I will shatter his bones and rip the flesh from them. The beast inside me roars its approval, a savage satisfaction that shakes my very bones. This is a rage we can agree on.
Chapter 3. Dina. A strange sort of peace has settled in the kennels over the past week. It's a fragile thing, a soap bubble shimmering in a slaughterhouse, but it's mine. The kennel master, seeing I survived the first day, has assigned me the beast detail permanently. The other slaves look at me with a mixture of pity and awe, but what they see as a punishment has become my sanctuary. It is the only part of my day that feels real, the only time I am not invisible. Down here in the cold and the dark, a silent conversation has begun between us. I no longer flinch when he moves, and he no longer greets me with a chest-rattling growl. While I scrub the grime from the stone floor just outside his enclosure, I hum. It's the one thing I have that is truly my own, a wordless lullaby from a life before chains and brands. The melody fills the oppressive silence, and I watch as the sound washes over him. The tension bleeds from his mountainous shoulders, the baleful, hell-red glow in his eyes softens to the warm embers of a dying fire, and he watches my every move. And each day he gives a gift in return. He leaves a single perfect piece of his raw meat ration by the bars, untouched, an offering, a repayment for the bread I once gave him. I can never accept the grisly tribute, but the gesture is a thing of impossible beauty. In his own silent way, he is talking to me, telling me he sees me, that I matter. In this foul, dark pit, his steady, focused gaze makes me feel more like a person than I ever have in the cold, opulent halls above. He is a monster, yes, but I know with a certainty that defies all logic that he is not mindless. He is my friend. Today the air is particularly thick, the damp chill clinging to my bones. I am humming my tune, the sound a small rebellion against the despair of this place, when new footsteps echo from the corridor, heavy, measured and too numerous, not the shuffling gait of a slave or the lazy tread of a single guard. My blood turns to ice. I scramble to my feet, my heart seizing in my chest. Lord Gildred sweeps into the kennels, a vision of cruel perfection. He is every inch the Kuzuth noble, tall and imposing in a tunic of midnight silk embroidered with silver thread that glitters like trapped starlight. His pale skin seems to drink the torchlight, and his long platinum hair is a flawless cascade over his shoulders. He moves with a liquid grace that is terrifying, his violet eyes taking in the entire scene with a cold, possessive air. He is flanked by 2 Miu guards in black and silver armour, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, their faces impassive and brutal. The cloying scent of his perfume, some exotic, sickeningly sweet blossom, invades the kennel's foul air, a violation in itself. My humming dies in my throat. I drop into a deep bow, my eyes fixed on the filthy stone, praying he will ignore me. "Don't see me, please, don't see me." He stops. The silence stretches, taut and terrible. I can feel his gaze on me, a ton of bricks pressing down on my bowed head. My. His voice is a silken murmur, yet it cuts through the air like a shard of glass. "What do we have here?" He moves toward the Urog's enclosure. I risk a glance up through my lashes. He is staring at his property, a small, displeased frown creasing his perfect brow. The Urog is not throwing himself against his chains. He is not roaring or slavering. He is sitting on his haunches, his massive form unnervingly still, and his red ember eyes are fixed, not on his master, but on me. Lord Gildred follows his gaze, his own eyes, sharp and intelligent as a serpent's, narrow. It is calm. He says the word as if it is a curse. He turns his head slowly, his gaze locking onto mine. A cold dread, absolute and profound, washes over me. "You, slave. What have you done?" I can't breathe. My throat has closed up. "Nothing, my lord." My voice is a pathetic, trembling squeak. "Do not lie to me." He steps closer, and the sheer force of his presence is suffocating. I had this creature tuned to the precise pitch of mindless rage. It is a weapon, a tool, and it is watching you like a lovelorn pup. You have been tampering with my creation. He is in front of me now. I can see the intricate silver rings on his long, elegant fingers. I can smell the wine on his breath. My world narrows to the pattern of the stone at my feet. "I only feed him, my lord." As I was ordered, the lie tastes like ash in my mouth. "You were humming," he says softly. The quietness of his tone is more terrifying than any shout. "I heard you." He reaches out, a single finger tracing the line of my jaw before tilting my head up. I am forced to meet his gaze. There is no anger in his eyes. There is only a chilling, curious cruelty, the look of a child pulling the wings from a fly. "A flaw in the design, it seems," he muses, his thumb stroking my cheek in a parody of affection. That a thing of such power could be swayed by the pathetic mewling of a lesser being. It must be corrected. The blow comes from nowhere. The back of his hand connects with my face, and the world explodes in a flash of white-hot pain. My head snaps back, the crack of bone on bone echoing in the sudden, roaring silence of my own ears. I fall, hitting the stone floor with a force that knocks the last of the air from my lungs. The coppery taste of blood fills my mouth. The left side of my face is numb, then it begins to burn, a fire that matches the one I saw in the Urog's eyes. Through the haze of pain, I hear Gildred's voice, bored and dismissive. "Take her to the chambers. Remind her what happens to slaves who forget their purpose. Be thorough." Rough hands seize my arms, hauling me to my feet. My legs won't hold me. I sag between the 2 Miu guards, my vision swimming. They begin to drag me away, my worn slippers scraping uselessly against the stone. This is it. The torture chambers. The screams I hear from there at night. They will be mine. Despair, black and absolute, swallows me whole. And then a sound erupts from behind us that is not of this world. It is a roar, but the word is too small for it. It's the sound of a mountain breaking apart, of the sky itself being torn asunder. It is a tsunami of pure, undiluted fury that slams into us, a force that shakes the very stones of the foundation. The guards falter, their grip on me tightening reflexively. But it's the quality of the sound that freezes the blood in my veins. It is not the mindless bellowing of a beast. It is a focused, articulate cry of rage. It is a declaration of war. The sound of a soul awakened and finding its voice in a scream of pure, intelligent fury. I twist my head, my vision clearing just enough to see. The Urog is on his feet, straining against the enchanted chains, his entire 10-foot frame vibrating with a power that seems to make the air crackle. The red in his eyes is no longer the dull glow of embers. It is the heart of a supernova. And he is staring directly at Lord Gildred, a look of murderous, sentient hatred on his monstrous face. Gildred, for the first time, looks surprised, even unsettled. The guards recover, dragging me faster down the long, dark corridor, away from the terrifying sound. Hope is a fool's dream, and mine is dead. There is no escape. But as they pull me around a corner, another sound echoes from the kennels behind us, a sound that cuts through the Urog's continuous roar. It is a high-pitched, metallic shriek.
Chapter 4. Xylon. The blow lands. Her head snaps back. A small, broken sound escapes her lips. She falls. The sound is a key. The sight is a fire. They unlock something inside me. They burn away the fog. For seasons I have been drowning in a sea of red. The beast has been the waves, the rage, the storm. The man I was, Xylon, has been a flicker of light deep in the abyss, a memory of a sun I could no longer feel. I fought to keep that flicker alive, but the tide of the curse is relentless. It pulls me under, again and again, into the simple, honest violence of the Urog. But her pain, it is a brand, a hot iron against my soul that burns brighter than the curse. It is a pain sharper than the memory of my own capture, my own twisting transformation. The beast screams for the blood of the one who hurt her. The pretty, pale, dark elf with the poison sweet scent. Kill. Tear. Break. But for the first time, the man does not fight the beast. He agrees, and he takes control. The red haze in my vision does not vanish. It sharpens. It clarifies. All the chaotic, mindless fury of the Urog form, a power I have only ever fought against, now bends to a single, focused point of will. The roaring in my skull quiets, replaced by 2 words, a mantra, a vow. Save her. My world narrows to the chains that hold me. The enchanted iron, glowing with its sickly purple light, is no longer just a source of pain. It is an obstacle, and obstacles are meant to be broken. I plant my feet, my claws digging into the stone floor for purchase. The muscles in my legs and back, muscles forged in agony and rage, bunch and coil. A memory flashes, sharp and clear. My father, his hand on my shoulder, voice a low rumble. All things have a breaking point, my son. Even a mountain. The trick is not just strength, but will. You must pour all of what you are into a single strike. I am no longer a beast. I am a warrior of the Fire Sun clan. I am Xylon, son of Borin, and I pour all of what I am into this moment. I pull. The chains groan, a low, tortured sound. The enchanted shackles around my wrists and throat flare with violet light, and a pain beyond imagining rips through me. It is the feeling of my soul being torn, of magic ripping at the very fiber of my being. The beast roars at the pain, fighting to retreat back into the darkness. No, I will not let it. I hold on to the image of her face, the flicker of surprise in her eyes when I hesitated over the bread. I hold on to her scent of courage and rain. It is my anchor in this storm of agony. I pull harder. A sound like a thunderclap cracks through the kennel. A spiderweb of incandescent light fractures across the manacle on my left wrist. The pain intensifies, a white-hot nova, but there is something else beneath it, a giving way, a weakness, the breaking point. I roar. a sound that is not just the beast's fury, but my own will made manifest. I throw every ounce of my monstrous strength, every shred of my Orshish soul, into a final explosive heave. The world becomes light and sound and pain. The magical scars on my flesh tear open as the enchantments shatter. The shackle on my throat explodes outward, embedding shards of hot, violet-glowing iron in the stone walls. The manacles on my wrists and ankles detonate a second later. Freedom is a fresh agony, the raw, bleeding wounds a stark price for this release. I am free. I do not feel the pain. It is a distant thing, a whisper beneath the roaring fire of my purpose. I rise to my full, terrifying height, a 10-foot engine of destruction unleashed. My claws clench and unclench at my sides, the instinct of a warrior reaching for a hilt that is no longer there. My head snaps toward the corridor. Lord Jildred is gone. The guards are gone. She is gone. Panic, cold and sharp, tries to claw its way through my rage. No, I will not allow it. I am not a beast, lost to instinct. I am a hunter. I take a breath, my heightened senses flooding my mind not with chaos, but with information. The air is a map. I can taste the lingering, cloying perfume of the Dark Elf Master, a trail of arrogant filth. I can smell the sour tang of the guard's sweat, and beneath it all, faded but clear, is her scent. Warm bread and courage, now laced with the sharp, metallic spike of fear and blood. It is a trail of breadcrumbs leading me through the labyrinth. My only thought is a roaring, deafening mantra. Mine. Protected, I lower my shoulder and burst from the enclosure, the iron gate ripping from its stone hinges as if it were made of kindling. The sound of destruction is a song of liberation. I barrel down the corridor, a whirlwind of vengeful fury. The stones tremble with each of my thunderous footsteps. I am no longer a captive. I am no longer a punishment. I am the consequences, and I am coming for them.
Chapter 5. Dina. The corridor is a blur of rough-hewn stone. My feet stumble, barely keeping up with the brutal pace of the guards dragging me toward my doom. The sounds from the kennel, the earth-shaking roar, the shriek of sundering metal are a terrifying, impossible anthem playing at my back. The guards exchange a nervous glance, their grip on my arms tightening. They are afraid. The realization does nothing to soothe the stark, cold terror coiling in my own gut. Then the footsteps begin. They are not the rhythmic, armoured tread of a dark elf patrol. This is a cataclysm, a rolling earthquake that trembles through the very bones of the estate. It grows louder, closer, a thunderous, two-beat rhythm of impossible weight. Thump, thump, thump. The guards freeze, their heads whipping around. The one on my right lets out a string of curses in the sharp, elegant syllables of the elven tongue. A shadow, vast and monstrous, blots out the torchlight from the far end of the hall. He rounds the corner, and the air escapes my lungs in a violent whoosh. It is him, the Urog. But he is not the chained, broken thing from the kennel. He is a god of vengeance unleashed. The shattered remnants of his collar and manacles are bloody, brutal jewellery on his raw flesh, and the violet light of their enchantments is gone, replaced by the hellish red glow of his eyes. He is a 10-foot-tall machine of chaos and destruction, and he is moving with the speed and grace of a hunting panther. The guards shove me behind them, drawing their gleaming swords. It is a futile gesture, like raising a twig to stop an avalanche. He does not slow. He crashes into them in a terrifying whirlwind of claws and muscle. One moment, the guards are a wall of black and silver armour between us. The next, there is only a sickening crunch of metal and bone, a brief wet scream cut short. He tears through them, not with the random, mindless flailing of a beast, but with the focused, deadly efficiency of a seasoned warrior. It is over in seconds. The guards lie broken on the floor, their pristine armour twisted into scrap, their lives extinguished with contemptuous ease. Silence descends, thick and heavy, broken only by his guttural, ragged breathing and the frantic drumming of my own heart. He stands over the carnage, his massive chest heaving. Blood, dark and glistening, drips from the claws on his right hand. My mind screams at me to run, to crawl away, to do anything but lie here, helpless at his feet. The rage that fueled his escape is a palpable force in the air. Now that its initial targets are gone, surely it will turn on me. He steps closer, his shadow swallowing me whole. I squeeze my eyes shut, a pathetic whimper escaping my lips. This is the end. Torn apart by the very monster I tried to save. The irony is a bitter, final cruelty. But the killing blow never comes. Instead, I feel a strange pressure against my shoulder. I open my eyes. He is crouched over me, his enormous body a living shield, walling me off from the rest of the world. The burning red of his eyes is fixed on mine, and he nudges me again, a surprisingly gentle push with the side of his massive, monstrous head. He angles his snout toward a narrow, unassuming archway to our left, a servant's passage, barely visible in the gloom. The gesture is unmistakable. It is a question, a command, a direction. And in that moment, the terror that has held me in its icy grip shatters, replaced by a wild, desperate hope that is so fierce it makes me dizzy. He's not just a monster, not just a whirlwind of destruction. He is helping me. The flicker of a soul I saw in the kennels was not a trick of the light. It is a raging fire, and it is on my side. A choice presents itself, stark and absolute. I can stay here and wait for more guards, for Lord Gildred, for certain death in the torture chambers. Or I can trust the monster. It is no choice at all. I scramble to my feet, my legs shaking. The main halls are a death trap, I whisper, my voice raw. They'll have patrols everywhere. He makes a low, rumbling sound in his chest, an affirmation. He knows. I look at the servant's passage, then back at his impossible size. It's tight. He nudges me again, more forcefully this time. Go. I run. I plunge into the narrow archway, into the familiar cramped network of passages that serves as the estate's veins. This is my world, the one the dark elves ignore. The air is cooler here, smelling of dust and lye soap and cooking grease. He follows, his thunderous footsteps softened in the enclosed space, but his sheer bulk is a constant presence at my back. The walls tremble as he passes. We move through the underbelly of the estate, a strange and desperate pair. I am the navigator, my small form slipping through corridors too tight for a proper guard formation. He is the battering ram. We come to a locked oaken door leading to the pantries. I point. He lowers his shoulder and smashes it to splinters. We reach an iron-barred gate blocking the path to the lower cellars. He wraps his massive claws around the bars and rips the entire gate from its stone moorings. Alarms are beginning to sound now. A distant, baleful ringing that echoes through the stone. Shouts follow, faint but growing closer. We have to get out. We have to get out now. This way. My voice is a ragged gasp. The wine cellar. There's an old delivery tunnel. It leads to the outer wall. I lead him down a final flight of winding stairs, the air growing colder, thick with the smell of damp earth and soured wine. We emerge into the vast, cavernous wine cellar, the darkness broken by a single, high, grime-covered window. Racks of wine bottles, coated in a century of dust, line the walls like silent soldiers. At the far end is the archway I remember, the one the slaves used to bring in new casks from the vineyards. Freedom. It's right there. We race toward it, his heavy footfalls echoing in the cavernous space. But as we get closer, my stomach plummets. The archway is gone. It has been bricked up, the stone new and solid, the mortar still pale. It's a dead end, a solid wall of unyielding stone. From the stairwell behind us, the sounds of our pursuers grow louder, the clatter of armoured feet, the sharp, barking commands of a guard captain, the hateful baying of the Batlaz hounds. They are closing in. We are trapped.
Chapter 6. Xylon. Trapped. The thought is a cage of iron slamming shut in my mind. Behind us, the sounds grow. The clatter of many armored feet on stone, the sharp, hateful barks of the hounds, the foul scent of the guards, a wave of malice rolling down the stairs. They are coming. The beast inside me screams. It does not understand tactics. It does not understand retreat. It understands only the trap, and its answer is violence. A red tide of pure, primal rage surges, seeking to drown the flicker of the man. The beast wants to turn. It wants to meet them here. It wants to feel their bones break in its claws, to rip and tear until this stone-walled tomb is a charnel house. A low growl builds in my chest, a rumble of thunder that is not my own. My claws extend, digging into the packed earth of the cellar floor. The curse burns hotter, feeding on the enclosed space, on the approaching threat. The urge to lash out, to destroy everything, is a physical sickness. Then I hear her. A small, sharp intake of breath, a gasp of pure terror. Her scent, which had been a steady flame of stubborn courage, now flares with fear. The smell of it cuts through the red haze of my rage. It is a clarion call, a command that silences the beast's mindless screaming. Protect her. That is the purpose. Not to fight. Not to die here in a blaze of meaningless fury. The purpose is her survival. I force the growl down, my muscles quivering with the strain. I turn from the sounds of our pursuers and face the wall. The dead end. Her hope. Extinguished. I will not allow it. My focus narrows. The sounds of the hunt fade to a distant roar. There is only the wall. I press my face against the new-laid stone, the rough texture scraping my hide. I breathe in. Deeper! My Urog senses a curse that has been my torment, now become my greatest weapon. Beneath the cellar's scent of soured wine and dust, there are other stories. I smell the deep, damp earth on the other side, the wet, mineral tang of living stone, the bitter scent of crushed roots, and underneath it all, faint but undeniable, is the cool, clean promise of night air, of freedom. The wall is a lie. It is a patch, a scab on the skin of the world. It is not the living rock of the mountain. A memory surfaces, a gift from the man I was. I am a boy, no older than 10 seasons. My father and I are tracking a razor claw high in the Iron Fang peaks. We are blocked by a rock slide. He places his hand on the wall of stone. Everything has a weakness, Xylon. His voice rumbles, a calm counterpoint to the howling wind. The mountain looks strong, but the water finds a way. The frost finds the cracks. A warrior does not fight the mountain. He finds the path it gives him. His thick finger traces a hairline fracture, a line of discoloration I had not seen. I look at the bricked-up wall. I'm not just a brute, I am a warrior. I must find the path. My eyes scan the surface. I see what my father taught me to see. The mortar is new, yes, but the archway it fills is old. The keystone above is ancient, part of the original foundation. The new bricks are a weak patch on an old wound. That is the weak point. I turn to her. She's pressed against a wine rack, her face pale in the gloom, her eyes wide with a despair that I will not permit. I nudge her with my head, a single, deliberate push toward the side of the archway, out of the path of destruction. She stumbles back, her expression shifting from terror to confusion. There is no more time. The hounds are in the stairwell now. They're baying a frantic, hungry chorus. I back away from the wall, giving myself space. I lower my stance, my powerful legs coiling like springs. I pour all of my will, all of my rage, all of my singular, desperate purpose into my right shoulder. For her, I charge. The impact is a white-hot explosion of pain that shudders up from my shoulder and through my entire skeleton. The sound is the scream of a mountain dying. The wall does not just break, it detonates. Bricks, mortar, and chunks of foundation stone fly outward into the darkness beyond. Dust and grit fill the air, a choking cloud that stings my eyes. For a moment I am deaf and blind, the agony in my shoulder a roaring fire. But then the dust begins to settle. Where the wall had been, there is now a gaping black hole, a tunnel. It is not the clean, man-made passage she expected, but a raw, ragged wound leading into the earth, choked with a thick web of ancient roots. The clean, cold scent of the Oshta wilds washes over me, a balm on my battered senses. We have a path. I turn and grab her, my massive claw surprisingly gentle as I lift her and set her on her feet, pushing her toward the opening. Go! The word is a guttural rasp, more of a feeling than a sound. She does not hesitate. She scrambles into the root-choked darkness. I follow, my huge frame barely fitting, the roots and splintered stones scraping my back and shoulders. We crawl into the suffocating blackness of the earth, leaving the sounds of the hunt behind us in the ruined cellar. We are just inside, the sounds of the estate muffled by the earth, when a new sound slices through the night. It is a howl, long and mournful and utterly unnatural. It is not the sound of a wolf or a dog. It is the cry of something made, not born, a creature of dark magic and relentless purpose. The first of Lord Jildred's enchanted Batlah's hounds. The hunt has begun.
Chapter 7. Dina. The tunnel spits us out into the night. We crawl from the suffocating darkness of the earth into the vast, open darkness of the world, and for a moment I cannot breathe. After a lifetime spent under ceilings and in corridors, the sheer, crushing immensity of the sky is akin to a physical weight. The air is blade-sharp and cold, slicing into my lungs, a clean shock after the dust and rot of the estate. It smells of wild grasses, of damp earth, and of a freedom so absolute it is terrifying. A moon, a sliver of polished bone, hangs in a sea of glittering, unfamiliar stars, casting the world in shades of silver and deep, bruised purple. We are in the wind-swept plains of Oshta. The grass is long and pale, hissing as the wind sweeps down from the unseen mountains, and great monoliths of dark stone jut from the earth like the teeth of some long-dead god. There are no walls here, no guards, no masters. My stomach plummets, a dizzying spiral of elation and stark primal fear. We are free. We are utterly, hopelessly exposed. I look to my protector, my monstrous saviour, expecting to see the same fierce purpose that drove him through the estate. Instead, what I see stops my heart. He stands in the small clearing, turning in a slow, clumsy circle. His massive head is raised, his nostrils flaring as he drinks in the 1,000 new scents of the wild. His movements are jerky, uncertain. The 10-foot-tall engine of destruction who tore through armoured guards and shattered stone walls now seems lost. The sheer openness of the world, the endless horizon, seems to have overwhelmed him. He is a creature born for the cage, and I have led him into a desert. It's then, in the unforgiving moonlight, that I truly see the price of our escape. Adrenaline and darkness had hidden the worst of it, but now it is impossible to ignore. He is not only a monster, he is a wounded one. Deep, ragged gashes circle his wrists, his ankles, and his throat, where the enchanted shackles exploded from his flesh. They are not clean wounds. They are raw and torn, oozing dark blood that mats the coarse hair on his limbs. His breathing is a ragged, guttural rasp, and a fine tremor runs through his entire, impossibly large frame. He is exhausted. My own aches and the burning agony on my cheek fade to a dull, distant ache. All I can see are his wounds. All I can feel is a fierce, protective ache in my own chest that mirrors the pain I see in him. He fought for me. He broke himself to save me. I cannot let him fall now. A memory surfaces from a life I barely remember. My mother, her hands stained with green from crushing leaves, her smile gentle as she dabbed a soothing paste onto a cut on my knee. The earth provides, little one. Her voice is a whisper in my mind. You just have to know how to listen to what it offers. My gaze sweeps the moon-drenched landscape. The slaves whispered stories of Oshta, of its harsh, unforgiving nature. But my mother taught me its secrets. My eyes search the clumps of pale grass, the shadows at the base of the standing stones. And there, its silvery, star-shaped leaves unmistakable even in the gloom, I see it. Filvec a common weed, but its leaves, when crushed, release a thick, cool sap that staunches bleeding and numbs pain. My fingers dig into the rough spun fabric of my tunic, the only solid thing in a world turned to chaos. I have to get closer to him. I have to touch him. My heart drums against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. He is not the calm, watchful creature from the kennels. He is a disoriented, wounded animal. This could be the last mistake I ever make, but I cannot leave him like this. I gather a handful of the tough, silvery leaves and find a small, bowl-shaped rock. Using another stone, I begin to crush them. The rhythmic scrape and crunch of my work is the only sound besides the hissing of the wind. A thick, emerald-green paste begins to form, its scent sharp and clean, like mint and fresh soil. When I have enough, I take a breath that does nothing to steady me and rise. I approach him slowly, my hands held out where he can see them, the green paste a stark offering in my palm. I'm not going to hurt you, I whisper, the wind stealing the words from my lips. This will help. He stops his restless turning and watches me, his head lowered, the red embers of his eyes glowing with an unnerving intensity. He is utterly still, a mountain of tense muscle. I stop a few feet away, my heart in my throat. I can go no further. He has to come to me. He has to trust me. For a long, agonizing moment, he just watches, his great chest rising and falling. Then slowly, deliberately, he lowers himself to a crouch, a gesture of submission so profound from a creature of such power that it makes my eyes burn with tears. He extends his left arm, the gashes on his wrist a horrific, bloody ruin in the moonlight. Okay, I whisper, my voice trembling as badly as my hands. Just hold still now. I'm not going to hurt you. I take a shaky step closer, the small rock with the green paste feeling impossibly fragile in my grip. This will help, I promise. My mother, she used to say the earth provides what we need. My hand trembles as I reach out. The electric shock of the first touch, of my small human fingers against his coarse, strangely warm skin, jolts through my entire body. I begin to gently, carefully, apply the cool paste to the raw wound, and a low growl reverberates in his chest. I flinch back, my heart seizing. I'm sorry, I gasp, my eyes wide. I know it hurts. I'm trying to be gentle. He does not move, just watches me, his red eyes burning in the dark. He holds himself perfectly still, enduring my touch, trusting me not to cause him more harm. The silence feels wrong, so I fill it with my voice, a quiet, shaky thread in the vast, windy darkness. It's called Filvec. The leaves have a cooling sap. My movements become more confident as I work, smearing the soothing poultice over the torn flesh on his wrists, then his ankles. The growl in his chest subsides into a low, pained rumble. It stings at first, but it will help the bleeding and take the worst of the pain away. I look up at his monstrous face, at the flicker of something other than rage in his eyes. You were so brave. Back there, in the estate, I thought I was dead, But you saved me. The words sound so small, so inadequate for the magnitude of what he did. I move to the terrible, raw collar of muscle around his neck. To reach it, I have to stand on my toes, my hands braced against his massive shoulders. He is a wall of living, breathing heat, and under my palms, I can feel the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Almost done now, I murmur, my voice barely audible over the wind. You're holding so still. Thank you. When I am finished, I step back, my hands slick with green paste and his dark blood. He looks at me, and the red haze in his eyes seems clearer than I have ever seen it. A moment of connection passes between us, a silent acknowledgement of a debt paid and a trust earned. We are no longer slave and monster. We are survivors. The moment is shattered by a sound that slices through the night. It is a howl, but it is closer now, much closer. The unnatural, soul-chilling cry of the Batlaz hound echoes across the plains, seeming to come from every direction at once. My gaze snaps to the west, where the cry seems loudest. He is already looking, his entire body rigid, a low, warning growl rumbling in his chest. Ice floods my veins, a frigid tide that steals all warmth and hope. They are on our trail. They are gaining. We cannot rest yet. We cannot rest at all.
Chapter 8. Xylon. The howl is a poisoned dagger in the night. It is a sound made of magic and malice, and it promises a relentless pursuit. I do not hesitate. My hand, a thing of claws and brute strength, closes around her arm. She is impossibly small, fragile. I pull her along, my long, powerful strides eating up the ground, forcing her into a desperate, stumbling run. We must move. We must put distance between us and that sound. The world is a storm of sensory input, a riot of information that was once my torment, but is now my only map. The wind is a living thing, carrying stories that I read with my entire being. It brings the scent of the coming dark elves, a faint taint of cold iron and colder ambition. It brings the foul, unnatural stench of their hounds, a miasma of wet fur, stale blood, and the crackling ozone of dark magic. The scent is a brand on the air, a promise of the pain they bring. The wind also brings other tales. To my left, the sharp, pungent fear scent of a Suru family, huddled in their burrow deep beneath the earth. To my right, the clean, mineral smell of a spring weeping from a rock formation. Ahead, the dry, dusty perfume of night-blooming moon petals. Every scent is a path, a choice. My body screams its own story. The wounds on my flesh are a dull, hot throb, a fire that her cool paste has soothed but not extinguished. The exertion of the escape, of the fight, of this desperate run, has hollowed me out. A gnawing, ravenous hunger claws at the walls of my gut. My muscles, starved for fuel, ache with a deep, shuddering need. The beast inside me smells the Suru. Food, hunt, kill, eat. The command is a jolt that travels through my limbs. My pace slows. My head turns toward the scent of the burrowing creatures. The saliva floods my mouth. The hunger is a living thing, a predator inside the predator, and it wants to be fed. It would be so easy, so simple to veer off, to rip open the earth and silence this gnawing ache with a meal of hot flesh and blood. I look down at her. She is struggling to keep pace, her breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. Her face is pale in the moonlight, her eyes wide with terror. But she does not stop. She does not complain. She runs, fueled by that stubborn courage I can smell on her like a second skin. She is small. She is fragile. And she is my only purpose. The beast can starve. I force my head forward, away from the scent of prey. I ignore the gnawing claws of hunger. The hunt for food is a distraction. The hunt that matters is the one at our heels. I focus on the other scents, the other paths. The dark elf scent is stronger to the east. The hounds are circling, trying to catch our trail. But the clean scent of water, That is to the north, straight ahead. Water hides. Water washes away the trail. My father's lessons, shards of memory from another life, are my guide. A warrior uses the land the gods provide. I change our direction, pulling her toward the sound I can now faintly hear beneath the hissing of the wind, the distant, steady roar of moving water. The terrain grows rougher. We scramble over ancient weathered stones and through thickets of thorny bushes that claw at my hide and tear at her tunic. She does not cry out. She just grits her teeth and pushes on. The roaring grows louder, a constant deep-throated thunder that vibrates through the soles of my feet. We break through a final line of scraggly trees and stop before it. A cliff face 30 feet high, a curtain of pure white water crashing down into a frothing pool below. The air is permeated with cool mist that clings to my skin, a blessing on the heat of the curse. The scent of our trail stops here. But the hounds are smart, magically so. They will search the edges, circle the pool. It is not enough. I scan the cliff face, my eyes piercing the gloom. The beast sees only a wall of stone and water. The man sees a pattern, a place where the rock behind the falls is darker, hollowed out, an overhang, a cave. I nudge her toward the edge of the churning pool. She looks from the waterfall to me, her eyes questioning. I do not give her time to doubt. I push her forward, gently but firmly, into the icy spray toward the curtain of water. She gasps at the cold but moves without question, disappearing behind the cascade. I follow, the full force of the crashing water a brutal, shocking weight on my shoulders. It is a deafening, blinding world of thunder and spray. And then we are through. The space is small, a shallow cave no deeper than my own height. The roar of the waterfall is a deafening, constant wall of sound, sealing us in. But it is dry. It is hidden. She stands in the center, shivering, her arms wrapped around herself, her tunic soaked through. I nudge her deeper, toward the relative warmth of the back wall. She obeys, sinking to the ground, her body trembling with cold and exhaustion. I turn and curl my massive body in the entrance of the cave, my back to her, my face to the thundering wall of water. I am the door. I am the shield. Let them come. They will not touch her. My massive clawed fist clenches and unclenches at my side. The warrior is on guard. We wait in the roaring darkness. Time ceases to exist. There is only the thunder of the water and the clean, calming scent of her courage behind me. A new sound cuts through the roar. A frantic, high-pitched yapping. It is distorted by the water, but it is close. Too close. The foul, magical stench of the Batlaz hounds floods the cave, so thick and overpowering I can taste it at the back of my throat. They are just on the other side of the water, sniffing, whining, searching. Beast inside me goes silent, every muscle in my 10-foot frame coiled and ready. My own breathing stops. Through the shimmering, distorted curtain, I see a shadow pass. Then another. They are feet away, oblivious. The roaring water is a perfect lie. I can smell their foul breath. I can smell the frustration rolling off them as they lose our trail. They yap and snarl for what feels like an eternity. And then, slowly, the sounds begin to fade, moving on. They are gone. I do not move. I do not breathe. I'm a statue of stone and rage, a living wall between her and the hunt.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 9. Dina. The silence that descends when the hounds are gone is more terrifying than their howling. It rushes into the small cave, a vast, empty thing that leaves nothing but the thunder of the waterfall and the frantic, painful hammering of my own heart. The beast at the cave's entrance remains a statue of coiled muscle, a living wall of darkness between me and the night. He doesn't move for a long time, and neither do I. We are frozen in the aftermath, two survivors adrift in a sea of quiet terror. Slowly, the adrenaline that has been a fire in my veins for hours finally bleeds out. It leaves a frigid emptiness in its wake, a cold so significant it feels like it's coming from inside my bones. My tunic is soaked through, clinging to my skin like a second icy layer, and a violent rattling shiver takes hold of me. It starts in my teeth and works its way down my spine, shaking my entire frame. Fear is a patient predator. It waited until the running stopped. He shifts, the sound of his massive form moving on the stone floor making me flinch. He turns from the entrance, and his shadow swallows me whole. He lowers himself to a crouch, a gesture of deference so at odds with his terrifying size that the air rushes from my body in a painful whoosh. A low sound rumbles from his chest, resonating through the small space. It's not the feral growl of a beast, but something softer, questioning. A sound I am beginning to recognize as comfort. He reaches into a leather pouch at his side, something he must have torn from a dead guard in the chaos of our escape. His claws, each as long as my forearm, are surprisingly deft as he pulls something out. It's a hunk of roasted meat, still slick with its own juices. Roasted day. My stomach twists with a hunger so sharp it's a physical pain. He sets it gently on the stone between us, nudging it forward with one massive claw. An offering. Shock floods my veins. All my life, I have been the one to give scraps, to offer what little I had. My small piece of bread in his dark, filthy cell feels like a lifetime ago. To be offered something in return, by him, by this creature of untold power, is a paradigm shift so profound it leaves me breathless. He watches me, his head cocked, the ember glow of his eyes unwavering. He makes that low, rumbling sound again, a vibration that I feel in the soles of my feet. My trembling fingers reach for the meat. It's warm. The simple heat of it is a shock to my frozen skin. I tear off a small piece, my hunger warring with the lump of emotion in my throat. As I chew, the rich, savoury flavour floods my senses, and tears I didn't know I was holding back begin to fall. I eat, my gaze never leaving him. He doesn't move, he just waits, watches, protects. When I am finished, he finally rests. He settles near the cave's entrance again, not as a rigid sentry but as a weary warrior. He leans his massive head against the stone wall, and a long, slow breath shudders out of him. Exhaustion, deep and absolute, is etched into every line of his monstrous body. But he is not a monster. The lie tastes like ash in my mouth. A monster is a mindless thing of destruction. He is a protector, a saviour, a person. I watch him, studying the landscape of his body in the watery moonlight that filters through the cascade. The shifting spectral patterns dance across his back, highlighting the scars and the impossibly thick muscle. And then I see it again, clearer this time. The tattoo on his left shoulder, partially obscured by the twisted, corrupted flesh of the Urog form. The lines are warped, but the image is clear. A stylized sun with flaring rays. It's a symbol of belonging, of a life before this one, a clan, a name, a soul. Without thinking, I begin to hum. It's a quiet, wordless tune, the only thing my mother left me, the sound I make when the fear becomes too much. It's a small, stubborn act of soothing in a world that offers none. At the first note, his entire body goes rigid. But then, just as slowly, he relaxes. The tension bleeds out of him, a visible uncoiling of power. His massive shoulders slump, and his head lolls to the side, his breathing deepening. A long, slow sigh shudders out of him, a sound of profound release. He turns his head, his fiery eyes finding mine in the darkness. The rage in them is banked, damped down by the simple, artless sound. Emboldened, I continue to hum, my voice growing a little stronger. I watch, mesmerized, as the monster seems to recede. In the shifting light from the waterfall, the shadows on his face play tricks on my eyes. For a breathtaking instant, the brutish, distorted features seem to soften, to realign. The jutting jaw, the flattened nose. They flicker, and for a single, impossible heartbeat, I see another face. A noble face. High cheekbones, a strong jaw, dark, intelligent eyes filled not with rage, but with an ancient sorrow. The face of the orc he once was. The vision is gone as quickly as it came, leaving the monster in its place. But I saw it. I know I did. He is there. The beast, the man, stares at me, a look of stunned confusion in his eyes. He lifts his hand, a weapon of flesh and bone capable of tearing me limb from limb. He uncurls his claws, leaving only a single, massive finger extended. He reaches across the space between us, his movements achingly slow. My breath catches, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I am not afraid. Not of him. His finger, rough and calloused, doesn't touch my face or my hand. It moves past them, tracing a path through the air until it stops, hovering an inch from the back of my neck, right over the ugly, puckered scar tissue of the slave's brand Lord Gildred burned into my skin years ago. With infinite gentleness, he closes the distance. The pad of his finger, impossibly soft for a creature so hard, makes contact with the brand. An electric shock, sharp and profound, arcs through me. It is the first time anyone has touched that mark with anything other than cruelty. He doesn't speak. He can't. But the question is there, burning in the red depths of his eyes, a silent, furious, and heartbreaking inquiry into the cruelty of the world that marked us both. A tear I didn't know I was holding escapes and traces a path down my cheek. He watches it fall, his expression unreadable. His touch on my neck is a brand of a different kind, one of shared understanding. In this moment, I feel the desperate need for him to know me as more than just the girl he saved. "My name is Dina," I whisper, the words feeling momentous in the roaring silence of the cave. His eyes widen slightly. A low sound rumbles in his chest, and he pulls his finger away from my neck. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but only a frustrated, guttural sound emerges, a grating noise of effort and failure. His massive fist clenches at his side, and a wave of pure frustration radiates from him. He wants to answer. He wants to tell me his. His gaze drops to the damp earthen floor between us. An idea seems to spark in those fiery eyes. He retracts his terrifying claws into his knuckles, leaving a single massive fingertip extended. With a surprising delicacy, he leans forward and begins to trace letters in the dirt. The lines are shaky, carved by a hand not made for such fine work, but they are clear. First an X, then a Y, an L, an O, and finally an N. I stare at the marks on the ground, my heart hammering against my ribs. I sound it out, my voice barely a breath. Xi. Lon. He looks up from the floor, his gaze locking with mine. A deep, resonant rumble, a sound of pure affirmation, vibrates from his chest. He gives a single definitive nod. Xylon, I say again, this time with more certainty. The name feels right on my tongue. It feels like him. It is a name of strength, a name with history. It's a beautiful name. He watches me. The warrior I know is trapped inside, looking out at me through the monster's eyes, and a sliver of the tension in his massive shoulders seems to ease. He knows his name. And now, so do I.
Chapter 10. Xylon. My finger rests on the scarred flesh of her neck. The skin is rough, puckered, a violation of the softness I know is underneath. It feels like a lie. A brand is a symbol of ownership, a mark of property. I've seen them on cattle. I've seen them on the slaves of the Dark Elves. To feel one on her is an obscenity that makes the heated fire of the curse burn with a cold, clean fury. She is perfectly still beneath my touch. Her courage is a tangible thing, a warmth that radiates from her skin, a scent that is the only clean thing in this world, and she continues to hum the tune I'm now familiar with. Dina. The tune of her name is not just a balm. It is a key. A memory came when the sun was a warm weight on my shoulders. I was a boy, my hair long and unbound, and I'm sitting on the sun-warm stone of the great ledge, looking out over the valley my people call home. The air smells of pine resin, roasting meat, and the clean, sharp scent of the mountain wind. This is the stronghold of the Fire Sun clan. This is my home. My mother sits behind me, her strong, gentle hands working through the tangles in my hair. She is humming. It is the same tune. The exact same melody that now fills this cold, damp cave. She begins to braid my hair, her fingers deft and sure. The pull is comforting, an anchor. A warrior's braids are his story, little son. Her voice is a low, warm rumble, like the sound of the deep earth. This one is for your lineage. This one for your strength. And this one, she weaves a small, polished sunstone into the final braid, is for the light you carry inside you. Never let anyone extinguish it. She finishes her song, and the final note hangs in the warm, clear air. The sun feels like a blessing on my face. I am safe. I am loved. I belong. The memory shatters, and I am back in the roaring darkness of the cave. The agony of the loss is a gaping wound in my soul. The beast howls at the pain of it, at the weakness of a memory that cannot be fought or killed. But the man clings to it. It is proof. Fire Sun Clan. The name echoes in my mind, a thunderclap of truth. I am not merely a nameless thing in a cage. I am Xylon of the Fire Sun Clan. My gaze drops to my own shoulder, to the faded, warped tattoo. The sun, the symbol of my people, a mark of belonging. My finger is still on her neck, on her mark, a brand of unbelonging. The injustice of it is a burning feeling that climbs my throat. The Dark Elves took me, twisted me, and put me in chains. They took her, stole her freedom, and burned their claim of ownership into her skin. My shackles were of enchanted iron. Hers is of flesh and memory. I broke mine. I will erase hers. The rage that fills me now is not the beast's. The beast's rage is a mindless, chaotic storm. This is the focused, righteous fury of a warrior. It is the anger of a chieftain's son who has seen his people's most sacred law, that no sentient being may be owned, defiled. And in the heart of that righteous fire, a shift occurs. The flicker of the man, the small, desperate light I've been shielding in the depths of the Urog storm does not die. It erupts. It becomes a fire, a furnace of will and identity that pushes back against the cold darkness of the curse. The beast is still here, a coiled serpent of primal power and instinct. But it is no longer the master of this body. I am. The man is the fire now, and the beast is the fuel. We cannot just run. Running is what prey does, surviving in the wilds, hiding in caves. That is not a life. It is a slow death. For me and for her. She deserves more than a life spent fleeing a monster's shadow. She deserves the sun on her face in a place where she is safe and honored and free. To give her that, I must be whole. I must be the orc she deserves. I need a cure. The thought is a revelation. And with it, another memory surfaces. Not a vivid scene, but a whisper from the clan's lore-keepers. A story told around the great fire. A place of power. A place of healing. A legend, wild spawn. The word is a taste of hope. A direction. A purpose. I pull my hand back from her neck. The charged moment of connection transforming into a vow. She looks up at me, her brown eyes wide in the shifting, watery light, searching my face for the meaning of my touch, of my stillness. I cannot give her the words. Not yet. But I can give her my resolve. I turn from her and look out through the roaring, shimmering curtain of the waterfall. The world beyond is no longer just a wilderness to escape into. It is a path, a challenge. The moon has set, and the first pale hint of dawn bleeds along the edge of the mountains. I'm no longer just escaping. I'm on a quest, and I will not fail.
Chapter 11. Dina. The first rays of dawn paint the eastern sky in bruised purples and pale, bleeding golds as we emerge from behind the waterfall. The world is a canvas of muted colours, raw and untamed. The cold is a constant companion, but the fire of our escape, of his touch on my neck, still burns low in my gut. He leads now, his enormous frame moving with a new, focused purpose. He does not speak, but his steps are steady, resolute, pointed toward the rising sun. I follow, my heart a frantic, hopeful drumbeat in my chest. He has a destination. He has a plan. The plains stretch endlessly before us, a sea of whispering grasses. The Batlaz hounds are silent for now, but the threat of them, of Lord Gildred, is a cold hand always at my back. We move quickly, his long strides setting a brutal pace that leaves my lungs burning and my legs aching. He does not look back. He just keeps moving, a relentless force of nature. As the sun climbs higher, beating down on the exposed plains, the exhaustion begins to drag at me, heavy and unforgiving. The ache in my bruised face screams with every step. I stumble, my worn slippers catching on a root, and nearly fall. A low rumble of concern, or perhaps impatience, sounds from his chest. He stops, waiting for me to catch up. I meet his gaze, and I see not a monster, but a grim determination and a spark of something else, an awareness of my frailty. He turns his head toward a cluster of dark, brooding trees on the horizon, a promise of shade, of temporary respite. We reach the tree line as the sun is at its zenith, a harsh, unforgiving orb in the sky. The forest is ancient, its trees gnarled and twisted, their branches draped with thick, suffocating vines. The air here is cooler, damp, and smells of rich earth and decaying leaves. It is a welcome relief from the glare of the plains, but an oppressive silence hangs heavy, broken only by the buzzing of unseen insects. Even the birds are quiet. He pushes through the thick foliage, carving a path with his massive body, and then he stops. He is rigid, his head cocked, his nostrils flaring. He turns to me, his red eyes burning with an intensity that makes my blood run cold. He nudges me, a sharp, insistent push. Look. Through the dense tangle of vines and undergrowth, I see it. Not a natural formation, but a jagged line of worked stone, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. What is this place? I whisper, my voice seeming loud in the sudden quiet. He doesn't answer, just pushes forward. Ruins. Ancient. The air around them feels different, heavy with the weight of forgotten time. We enter the remnants of what was once a grand structure. Broken pillars, choked with ivy, reach toward the sky like grasping skeletal fingers. The ground is littered with fragments of carved stone, half buried in the leaf litter. The silence here is even deeper, a sacred quiet. It feels like a temple, I murmur, half to myself. This place holds secrets. He leads me to what appears to be a section of a collapsed wall, now leaning at a precarious angle. He points a massive clawed finger. The stone is covered in carvings, weathered by centuries, but still discernible. They tell a story. I step closer, my hand hovering over the stone before I dare to touch it. These are orcs, I breathe, my eyes wide. But they're not Urogs. They look so proud. My fingers trace the outline of a warrior in profile, his tusks gleaming, his face strong. Look! The sun symbol, I gasp, pointing to the familiar shape on the warrior's armour. My gaze snaps to his massive shoulder. It's the same as your tattoo. Was this your clan? Your people? A low, deep rumble vibrates from his chest. It's not a growl of aggression, but a sound of profound, ancient pain. He gives a single sharp nod, his red eyes fixed on the stone with a burning intensity. His clan. My breath sticks in my throat. This is their history, preserved in stone. My fingers trace the other carvings, a strange, electric thrill running through me as I narrate our discovery. They're fighting here, and hunting. Look at the size of that beast. I follow the story in the stone, and then I see an image that makes my heart leap with a desperate hope. And this... My voice drops to an awed whisper. What is this place? A font of some kind? It's glowing. They all look so... reverent. The water depicted is luminous, radiating light, and the orcs stand around it, their hands outstretched. My eyes find the single word carved beneath it in the angular ancient script. I sound it out, my tongue clumsy. Wild Spont? Is that what it's called? His name for it. My eyes snap to his. Do you want to go to this place? The red fire in his gaze is brighter than ever, alight with purpose. He lets out a short, eager grunt and nods again, more forcefully this time. This is it, I breathe, my gaze dropping back to the wall. I follow the narrative etched in stone. Look, that one. His body is twisted, like yours. An Urog. The carving shows the corrupted orc bent over the glowing water. And then he drinks, and he's whole again. The curse is gone. Hope, brilliant and blinding, flares within me. Is this it? Is this the cure you're looking for? He makes a deep, affirmative sound, a guttural noise of pure, desperate hope that mirrors my own. This is the answer to our prayers. But my eyes drift to the next image, the last image on the wall, and the hope snuffs out like a guttering candle. My smile fades. But what is this last one? My voice is hesitant now, confused. That's not an orc, it's a human. The figure's hands are outstretched, not reaching for the font, but toward it in an act of sacrifice. Their body is fading, becoming transparent. They're fading away, giving themselves to the water. Why? What does it mean? I look up at him, searching his face for an answer, but he has turned his head away, his jaw tight. A low, pained growl escapes his throat, and he refuses to meet my eyes. The gesture is so full of conflict, of a truth he doesn't want me to see, that my blood turns to ice in my veins. The implication is stark, horrifying. It's a price, isn't it? The words are a choked whisper, dragged from my lungs. He flinches as if I've struck him, his massive fist clenching at his side. The magic, it's not free. It needs a sacrifice, I realise, my own words horrifying me. A human life. My eyes snap up to his, full of a dawning, terrible understanding. It takes a dash. The sharp, sudden whistle of an arrow cuts through my sentence, a sound of deadly intent. It flashes past my head with a terrifying thwip, embedding itself with a solid thunk into the ancient stone wall just beside my ear, inches from the carving of the fading human sacrifice. The shaft quivers, its fletching made of black raven feathers. Lord Gildred's hunters. They have found us.
Chapter 12. Xylon. The whistle is a serpent's hiss in the quiet air. My head snaps up. Time slows. The black-fletched arrow is a deadly insect buzzing past her head. Her life, my purpose. Before the arrow strikes the stone, I move. A roar of pure, possessive fury rips from my throat, a sound that shakes the leaves from the ancient trees. I throw myself in front of her, my 10-foot frame a wall of flesh and bone. My arm sweeps out, knocking her behind the relative safety of a fallen pillar. The arrow strikes the wall. Thunk. They missed. A mistake. They will not be given the chance to make another. They emerge from the trees like poison seeping from the earth. Dark elves, not the pampered Mew guards of the estate, but hunters. They are lean, hardened killers, their violet eyes glowing with cold malice in the dappled forest light. They wear boiled leather armor, supple and silent, and their weapons are made for me. Heavy crossbows, their bolts tipped with a viscous, sickly green venom that I can smell even from here. It's a scent of rot and corrupted life. Weighted nets, woven from iron wire and studded with cruel, tearing barbs. They spread out, a silent, disciplined crescent, cutting off all avenues of escape. Their movements are fluid, coordinated. They have hunted big game before. My only goal, my only thought, is the small, fragile woman huddled behind the stone pillar. I must keep them away from her. I am the wall. I am the storm they will break against me. A low growl rumbles in my chest, a promise of the violence to come. My massive clawed fist clenches and unclenches at my side. I will paint this sacred place with their black blood. The first volley of crossbow bolts is a blur. I do not try to dodge. I cannot. My body is a shield. I take the hits, roaring as the venom-tipped quarrels punch into my thick hide. The pain is a fire, a dozen small suns of agony exploding across my back and shoulders. But the fire of my rage burns hotter. The fire of my purpose burns hottest of all. I ignore the pain. I charge. The ground trembles under my assault. I crash into their front line, a battering ram of pure, focused fury. One hunter is too slow. My claws catch his shield, shredding the iron-banded wood and the arm behind it. He screams. It is a satisfying sound. Another tries to raise his crossbow. I smash it in his chest with a single, brutal backhand. But they are disciplined. They fall back, reforming their line, losing another volley of bolts as I am distracted. More fire blooms across my skin. The venom is beginning to work, a sluggish, cold weight that tries to pull at my limbs. I will fight it. The nets! One of them shrieks, his voice sharp with command. Bring it down! They come from two sides at once. The barbed nets fly through the air. I spin, catching one on my forearm. The iron hooks dig deep, tearing at my flesh. It is a trap. As I am occupied with the first net, the second one sails over my head, settling on my shoulders, its weighted edges pulling it tight. I am caught. The beast inside me panics, roaring and thrashing against the biting iron. It wants to tear and rip indiscriminately. No, I force it down. I must think like a warrior. I see a hunter breaking from the line, his crossbow raised, taking aim not at me, but at the pillar where she is hiding. At her. No, the word is a silent roar in my soul. I pull against the nets with a surge of desperate, absolute strength. The muscles in my back and shoulders scream in protest, the barbs digging deeper, tearing my flesh to ribbons. The nets groan, the iron links straining, but they hold. I will not be in time. The hunter's finger tightens on the trigger. He smiles, a flash of white teeth in a cruel, elegant face. He has won. And then the world goes silent. A wave of pure, absolute nothingness erupts from the trees behind the hunters. It is not a sound. It is not a light. It is a tide of silent, hungry shadow that washes over the clearing. Where it passes, the hunters' weapons simply cease to exist. The iron crossbows, the barbed nets, the swords at their hips, they dissolve into motes of black dust that drift away on the afternoon breeze. The hunters stand frozen, their hands empty, their faces a mask of stunned disbelief. The hunter who had aimed at her is still pointing an empty hand, his cruel smile gone, replaced by a slack-jawed terror. A figure emerges from the deep shadows of the ancient forest. He is tall, unnaturally so, and impossibly thin, wrapped in robes the color of a starless midnight sky. His skin is the pale, luminous white of polished bone, and his hair is a river of ink-black silk that falls to his waist. He moves with a liquid, boneless grace that is not human, not elf, not anything I have ever seen. His face is a sculpture of desolate beauty, all sharp angles and sorrow, but his eyes are ancient, two bottomless pools of blackness that hold the grief of millennia. His presence radiates an immense power, a chilling aura that feels like a cold, quiet tomb. This is a Vraken, a creature of myth and shadow. He raises a single, elegant hand, and tendrils of shadow lash out from his fingertips. They are not fast, they are deliberate. They wrap around the throats of the disarmed hunters who choke and claw at the insubstantial darkness, their violet eyes wide with a terror that is almost beautiful. They do not die with screams or blood. They simply fade. The life drains out of them, their bodies crumbling into fine gray ash that settles on the forest floor. He dispatches the entire hunting party with the contemptuous ease of a man brushing dust from his sleeve. He does not even break a sweat. The clearing is silent once more, littered with piles of gray ash and the fading scent of dark elf terror. The Vraken lowers his hand, the shadow tendrils receding into his skin. He stands there for a long moment, a being of profound, chilling sorrow in the quiet, sun-dappled ruins. He turns his ancient, knowing eyes on us. They pass over my monstrous form without interest and settle on Dina, who is peeking out from behind the pillar. His gaze is not threatening. It is weary, as if he has seen this all 1,000 times before. He speaks, and his voice is the sound of silk being drawn over a gravestone, a soft, chilling melody. You are looking for the Wildspont. It is not a question. I can take you there.
Chapter 13. Dina. The Vraken's words hang in the silent, ash-strewn clearing, a promise wrapped in a threat. I can take you there. The air is permeated with the coppery scent of extinguished life and the heavy tomb-like presence of the creature who offered us salvation. My heart flutters against my ribs, each beat a frantic question. Can we trust him? Can we afford not to? I look at Xylon. He stands over the remains of the hunters, his massive body a testament to the brutal fight. Fresh blood weeps from the tears in his flesh, where the barbed nets bit deep, and the venom from the crossbow bolts has left a sickly, dark stain on his grey-green hide. He is wounded, exhausted, and hunted. I see the sheer, stubborn will that keeps him on his feet, and I know that he cannot keep fighting forever. My heart aches for him. We are out of time. We are out of options. He turns his fiery, intelligent eyes to me. A low growl rumbles through his chest, a clear warning directed at the pale, silent figure in the shadows. But he does not move. The choice, I realise with a jolt, is mine. I take a breath, the air still tasting of dust and shadow magic. You know the way to the Wildspont? My voice is a thin, reedy thing in the oppressive quiet. The Vraken's ancient, sorrowful eyes meet mine. I am its keeper. The answer settles into me, a stone of grim finality. This is not a chance encounter. This is fate, or something far more dangerous, reaching out to us. There is no other path. We will go with you, I say, my voice gaining a sliver of strength I had no idea I possessed. Xylon's growl deepens, a sound of profound displeasure, but he steps to my side, a silent, menacing wall of protective muscle. He does not trust this creature. but he trusts me. The weight of that trust is a heavier burden than any I have ever carried. The Vraken, Cassian, as he introduces himself in his soft gravestone voice, gives a single, solemn nod. He turns and glides toward the thickest part of the forest, his dark robes melting into the shadows. He leads us to an ancient, gnarled oak, its roots like the grasping fingers of a buried giant. He places a pale, long-fingered hand upon its trunk, and with a low groan that seems to come from the very bones of the earth, a section of the roots and soil pulls away, revealing a dark, descending staircase carved from the living rock. The air that breathes from the opening is cool and still, humming with a strange, palpable energy that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. It is the feeling of immense, sleeping power. Xylon lets out another low growl, his hand, his clawed, massive fist, clenching and unclenching at his side. He stays so close to me as we descend that I can feel the heat radiating from his monstrous form. Cassian leads us deep into a network of vast, silent caverns. The only light comes from glowing veins of silver-blue crystal embedded in the stone, which cast a cold, ethereal glow on our path. The air is still and clean, and the sound of our footsteps is swallowed by the immense, echoing silence. We finally emerge into a cavern so large it feels like a piece of the night sky has been trapped underground. The ceiling is a dome of glittering crystal that mimics the constellations above, and the air, while cool, is not damp. This is his home, and it is a mausoleum. My breath stops in my throat. The space is filled with priceless artifacts, arranged with the meticulous care of a museum curator. Priceless tapestries depicting forgotten histories hang from the stone walls, their vibrant colours muted by time. Carved wooden furniture, elegant and unused, is draped in white silk cloths like shrouds. Glass cases hold intricate jewellery of silver and moonstone, delicate tiaras and heavy necklaces that have not felt the warmth of skin in centuries. It is a place of desolate, heartbreaking beauty, and the air is ripe with an unspoken, overwhelming grief. It feels like I am trespassing in a tomb built for someone. Cassian glides to the centre of the cavern, his movements silent. He gestures to the Urog. The wild spont can break the curse, he says, voice a dispassionate whisper in the echoing space. Its magic can unmake what has been made. The carvings you saw, they do not lie. A fragile hope, the one I felt when I first saw those carvings, begins to flutter in my chest. He can be saved. He can be whole again. Xylon can be the honourable orc he was. But the carvings tell the whole truth, Cassian continues, and his bottomless black eyes turn to me. The weight of his gaze is immense, ancient. Magic of that magnitude requires a price. The wild spont is not a font of creation. It is a vessel of exchange. It is fuelled by life force. My stomach plummets. I already know what he is going to say, but hearing the words spoken aloud in this cold, silent tomb gives them a terrible, final weight. It demands the willing sacrifice of a human life. The hope in my chest dies, turning to a cold, heavy dread. I look at Xylon, at the noble warrior trapped inside the monstrous form, and I think of a life of endless running, of him being hunted and hated, of the curse slowly, inevitably burning away the man I know is in there. Then I think of my own life, a life of servitude, of beatings, of being less than nothing. What value does it have compared to his? As if hearing my thoughts, Cassian takes a step closer. For the first time, I see a flicker of something raw and desperate in the depths of his ancient eyes, a profound, chilling pain that I cannot begin to comprehend. The ritual requires more than just a life, he says, his voice now a low, urgent murmur meant only for me. It requires a pure heart, a spirit free of despair. He looks at me, and in his gaze I see a terrible, pleading hunger. He knows. Somehow he knows that after everything I have endured, A stubborn, foolish spark of hope still burns inside me. He knows I am the one. Before I can speak, before I can even process the terrible final calculus of it all, a roar of pure, absolute negation erupts from Xylon. It is not the sound of a beast. It is the cry of a man's soul pushed past its breaking point. The sound slams into me like a sledgehammer, making me stagger. He lunges forward, but not at Casian, not at me. He brings his massive, clawed fist down on an ornate stone table laden with delicate crystal artifacts. The table explodes into 1,000 pieces, the sound of shattering stone and crystal, a violent echo of his broken roar. He plants himself firmly in front of me, his 10-foot frame a trembling wall of fury, shielding me from Casian, from the world, from the very idea of sacrifice. His answer is clear. It is absolute. It is no.
Chapter 14. Xylon. I stand in the ruins of a stone table, a trembling mountain of negation. My roar still echoes in the vast, silent cavern, a raw sound torn from the deepest parts of my soul. The air is chokingly thick with the dust of shattered crystal and the ozone of my fury. I am a wall between her and the Vraken, between her and the words he spoke, the obscene, impossible words. Willing sacrifice. The phrase is a venom that seeps into my mind, a poison that the beast's rage cannot burn away. It coils in my gut, a cold serpent of pure horror. The orc inside me, the man who is bound by the laws of honor and the truth of his own heart, rebels with every fiber of his being. I would rather let the curse consume me entirely. Let the fire burn away the last of my memories until only the mindless beast remains, than see a single hair on her head harmed. I would rather live for 10,000 years as this monster than be cured by her death. Her death is not a price. It is the end of everything. Dina is my purpose, my end, and my beginning. The Vraken, Cassian, watches me, his ancient sorrowful eyes holding no surprise. He is a statue of midnight silk and pale bone, a silent witness to the carnage I've wrought. He does not fear me. The realization is a cold stone in my gut. He sees my rage, and it does not move him. She understands the necessity. The Vraken's voice is a soft poison, a silken thread weaving its way through my rage. The magic is specific. It requires what she can give. He does not understand. He sees only the magic. He does not see her. Dina steps out from behind me. Her movement is a knife to my heart, ripping every piece of thick hide to smithereens. I want to roar at her to stay back, to hide behind me where she is safe. But she moves to my side, her small hand resting on my massive, trembling forearm. Her touch is a fire that both soothes and scalds. "He is just telling us the truth," she says, her voice soft, but filled with a strength that is a torment. She is not speaking to the Vraken. She is speaking to me. I turn my head, looking down at her. Her face is pale in the cold, crystal light, the dark bruise on her cheek a stark reminder of the cruelties of this world. But there is no fear in her eyes. There is only a devastating, heartbreaking resolve. I cannot allow it. I cannot let her even think this way. But the words are trapped behind my monstrous teeth, a prison of my own flesh. I am a warrior, a chieftain's son, raised on debate and counsel, and I have no voice to plead the case that matters more than my own life. So I use my body. I shake my massive head, a violent, absolute gesture of refusal. No, the sound that escapes my throat is a guttural, desperate snarl. I raise my hand, a weapon of claws and fury, and point a single, trembling finger at her. Then I turn the hand and beat my own chest with a heavy, rhythmic thud that echoes in the cavern. Thud, thud, thud. The gesture is crude, primal, but it is all I have. Me, not her. For life is the price, it will be mine. There is no other way, she says, and her quiet reason is a hammer blow to my soul. The carving was clear. The magic needs a human life. your life would not work. Her calm acceptance infuriates me. It is a strength I cannot comprehend because it is aimed at her own destruction. She is willing to die for me, for this thing that I am. She sees a life worth saving inside this monstrous shell, but she does not see the treasure that is her own. I roar in frustration, a sound of pure, impotent agony. I grab a great silver platter from a nearby display and hurl it against the far wall. It crashes and rings, the sound a pale echo of the storm inside me. I turn back to her, my chest heaving. I must make her understand. I point at her again, then I touch my own heart. I point to the sun tattoo on my shoulder, the mark of my clan, my soul. I point back at her. You are my heart. You are my clan. The gestures are clumsy, inadequate. They cannot possibly convey the truth, that my life began not in the stronghold of the fire sun, but in the darkness of that kennel when she first showed me kindness. Her eyes soften with pity, and it is the cruelest wound of all. I know you want to protect me, she whispers. You have. You saved my life. Now let me save yours. The despair that crashes over me is a black tide, heavier and more suffocating than the beast's rage has ever been. It is the despair of utter powerlessness. I can fight dark elves. I can shatter stone walls. But I cannot fight the gentle, stubborn courage in her heart. I cannot protect her from her own goodness. And in that despair, the beast sees its chance. The red haze I have fought so hard to control begins to creep back in at the edges of my vision. The quiet, purposeful fire of the man is smothered by a rising wave of chaotic, mindless fury. The beast offers a simple solution. Rage, destroy, forget. It is a seductive promise. To be mindless would be a relief. A mindless beast does not have to watch the person it loves offer to die. A mindless beast does not feel its own heartbreak. I cannot stay here. I cannot listen to one more word of this madness. I give one last, heartbroken look at her, at the small, determined woman who holds my entire world in her hands and is willing to let it go. Then I turn, with a roar that is half fury and half a sob of pure grief. I storm away from them, plunging into the darkness of the deeper caverns. I leave her alone with the manipulative Ruckin. It is the last thing in any world I want to do. But I cannot stay. I cannot watch her choose to die. And I am terrified that if I do, the beast will take over and I will destroy everything.
Chapter 15. Dina. Xylon's roar of heartbroken fury fades into the oppressive silence of the deep caverns, leaving an emptiness that is a physical ache in my chest. The echo of the shattered table is a stark testament to the rift that has just torn open between us. He is gone. He left me. He left me alone with the ancient, sorrowful creature who is the architect of our pain. I stare into the darkness that swallowed him, my hands trembling. Tears I didn't know I had left to cry burn at the back of my eyes. He doesn't understand. He sees my life as a treasure, but he cannot see the truth, that a life spent watching him suffer in that monstrous form would be a curse far worse than any death. The days I spent with him were the most beautiful time of my life, and I find a purpose for mine in saving an honourable warrior. His love for you is a powerful, blinding thing. Caitian's voice, soft as falling ash, makes me jump. I turn to face him. Love? The word is novel to me. It's something I have only ever heard stories about. The idea that Xylon, the fierce protector, the broken soul I have come to care for, could feel such a thing for me. It seems impossible. What he feels is a bond, I tell myself. A protector's duty forged in the fires of our escape. A captive's gratitude for a small kindness. It is not love. It cannot be. And what do I feel for him? The question rises unbidden, demanding an answer. I have felt pity for the caged beast. I have felt compassion for his pain. I have felt a profound, soul-deep gratitude for the life he saved. But as I stand here, my heart still aching from the violence of his heartbroken retreat, I know those words are too small, too hollow. They do not capture the fierce, soaring thing that took flight in my chest when I saw a glimpse of his true face in the moonlight. They do not explain the desperate need I feel to see him whole, to see him free, no matter the cost. I think back to the darkness of the kennels, to the moment Lord Gildred struck me. I remember the roar that followed, a sound not of a mindless beast, but of an intelligent, awakened soul, screaming its fury at an injustice done to me. That was the moment my compassion was forged into something stronger, sharper. The moment I saw the man inside the monster, and my heart, without my permission, chose him. It has been love all along. The weary, apathetic guide I first met in the ruins is gone. His ancient black eyes, which had held the weight of millennia with a chilling detachment, are now fixed on me, and at last I see the ghost of a Vrakan, who was once capable of something other than sorrow. But the memory of Xylon's roar, of the table shattering into 1,000 pieces, echoes in the cavern of my own mind. That wasn't just the beast's rage, it was the agony of the man. He would see this as a betrayal, I whisper, the truth of it a sharp, painful thing in my throat. My fingers clench the rough fabric of my tunic. He fought to give me a choice, a life. If I do this, I am telling him that his fight was for nothing, that I value his pain more than I value the life he saved. He sees only your potential loss, Cassian murmurs, gliding closer, his midnight robes whispering over the stone floor, his words designed to cut through my doubt. He does not see the eternity of his own damnation. He stops in front of me, his presence a column of cold, silent power. I know something of that damnation, he says, and his gaze drifts past me, toward the shrouded, dust-covered artifacts that fill this cavern. Her name was Lyra, he says, his voice losing its silken edge, becoming rough with a grief so painful it feels like a living thing between us. She was human. She loved the sun and the feel of wild grass beneath her feet and the sound of birdsong at dawn. She saw beauty in a world I had long since come to see as only shades of grey. He looks at me, eyes bottomless pits of memory. Centuries ago we came to this place, the Wild Spont. Its power has always been a lure. A group of Kuzuth sorcerers, ancestors of the one who hunts you now, sought to harness it. Lyra was caught in their ritual. She died there by the font. My breath catches. A story of dark elf cruelty, centuries old. Nothing changes. But the magic they unleashed was chaotic, Cassian continues, his voice trembling with a barely controlled anguish. She died, there, by the font, murdered by the ancestors of the very sorcerer who created him. The sheer, crushing weight of his tragedy settles over me. This place is not a tomb, it is a vigil. Her death bound me to this place, he says, his voice now turning hard as ancient stone. I became its keeper, its guardian against the very darkness that took her from me. The curse that binds the one you love, Dina. It is an abomination, a creation of the same evil lineage, a blight upon the natural world. I have sworn to see such perversions of life unmade. His desperation is still a raw, open wound, but now it is forged into the shape of righteous purpose. He is not just a grieving lover, he is a vengeful warden. To undo a curse so powerful, the Wild Spont requires a catalyst, he explains, his ancient eyes locking onto mine. Its magic must be fueled by a life force of immense purity and strength, an energy that burns brightly enough to scour the darkness away. It requires a heart free of despair. The pleading in his gaze is a physical force. He sees something in me, something I don't understand myself. The air deflates from my lungs. I am still a tool, a key, but now I am a key to fuel a cure. You have a faint trace of the old blood, he whispers, as if sensing my recoil. The Purna blood. It is why you survived the hardships of your life with your spirit, your hope, intact. It is why your life force burns so brightly. It is why you are the only one who can power the ritual. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. The exchange is not a brutal thing. For you, it would be a gentle release. A painless fading as your energy is given to the font. A final, noble act to save the man you love. He preys on me. He knows he does. He is using his grief as a weapon, using my compassion as the leverage to get what he wants. But the picture he paints, it takes root in my mind. He sees the conflict in my eyes and presses his advantage, his voice turning hard, cruel. Imagine his future, Dina, if you refuse. He will not let you sacrifice yourself, and so he will remain as he is. They will hunt him. The dark elves will never stop. Every day will be a battle, every night a flight, and with every passing year, the fire of the curse will burn away more of the man. The memories you have awakened in him will fade. His love for you will become a beast's possessive instinct. He will forget his name, his clan, his honour. He will become nothing but the monster, a creature of pure, mindless rage, trapped in an agony you cannot comprehend for eternity. The image he conjures is a vision of hell. Xylon, his soul extinguished, his eyes holding nothing but the red haze of the beast. My Xylon, gone forever. I cannot bear it. A sob escapes my throat, a sound of pure, helpless grief. My life, my short, brutal life, in exchange for sparing him that. It is no choice at all. I'll do it, I whisper. The words are surrender, a vow. My heart feels like a leaden weight in my chest, but my resolve is absolute. I will not be the author of his eternal damnation. A wave of profound, shuddering relief washes over Casian's face. The desperate supplicant is gone, replaced once more by the ancient, weary keeper. He has won. Behind his back, I add, my voice gaining a shard of steel. He would never allow it. I know, Cassian says softly. He reaches out and places a hand on my shoulder. His touch is impossibly cold, like marble. I feel a faint, chilling magic seep from his palm into my skin, a delicate, numbing tingle that spreads through my veins. It is not painful. It is silencing. He will not sense you leave, he promises, his voice a soft, final note in the echoing silence. And when he wakes, his curse will be broken, and you will be at peace.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 16. Dina. The cold magic from Cassian's touch lingers on my shoulder, a faint numbing chill that is both a promise and a curse. It is the magic of secrets, of betrayal. It is the tool that will allow me to save the man I love by breaking his heart. I leave Cassian in the great silent cavern of his grief and venture into the deeper darkness, seeking the one I am about to forsake. His footsteps are not hard to follow. The path of his heartbroken rage is a clear trail of overturned stones and deep, clawed gouges in the rock. The further I go, the deeper the silence becomes, until the only sound is the soft scuff of my slippers on the stone and the frantic, unsteady beat of my own heart. I find him in a cavern smaller than the others, a simple, unadorned hollow in the rock where the crystal veins cast only a dim, watery light. He is asleep. The sight of him makes the air rush from my lungs in an audible whoosh, and I have to press a hand to my mouth to stifle the sob that claws its way up my throat. He is curled in on himself, his massive 10-foot frame looking almost small in the vast darkness. Sleep has softened the monstrous lines of his body, the brutal angles of his urog form. The tension is gone from his shoulders, the fury is absent from his brow. With his head pillowed on his arm and his breathing a deep, slow rumble, he looks peaceful, almost childlike. He looks like the weary warrior who has finally found a moment of rest, not the terrifying beast who tore through Lord Gildred's guards. This is the man I saw a glimpse of in the cave, the noble soul trapped in a prison of flesh. My heart breaks. It is not a gentle cracking. It is a violent, shattering thing, a pain so profound it leaves me breathless. I am going to destroy this peace. My sacrifice will save his body, but what will his waking find? Me, gone without a word. It is a cruelty I would never inflict on anyone, yet I am about to inflict it on him. Because the alternative, the future Cassian painted for me of his slow, agonizing descent into mindless madness, is a cruelty beyond all measure. Tears I cannot stop stream down my face, hot against my cold skin. I creep closer, my movements as silent as a ghost's. I need one last look, one final moment. I kneel beside his head. The heat radiating from him is a palpable presence, a stark contrast to the chill of the cavern and the ice in my own veins. I can smell the familiar masculine scent of him, of blood and earth and something that is uniquely Xylon. I drink it in, trying to memorize it, to brand it onto my soul to take with me into the fading Cassian promised. My hand, trembling uncontrollably, reaches out. I hesitate, my fingers hovering over the rough grey-green skin of his cheek. Then, with a feather-light touch, I let my hand rest against him. His skin is coarse but warm, so incredibly, wonderfully alive. A low rumble sounds in his chest, a soft, sleepy sigh, and he leans into my touch, even in his dreams. The sob I have been holding back finally breaks free, a strangled, silent sound of pure anguish. I love you, I whisper, my voice a broken thing, the words swallowed by the immense silence. It is the first and last time I will ever say them to him. I lean down and press a gentle, fleeting kiss to his temple. I force myself to pull away. The act is one of the hardest things I have ever done. My resolve, which felt so absolute in the face of Cassian's logic, feels thin and brittle now, on the verge of shattering. But I think of the red haze in his eyes, of the mindless beast, and I find my strength. From the small pouch at my waist, I pull out a sprig of dried leaves. Rerzid, a pungent herb my mother taught me to use to mask the scent of curing meats from scavengers. Its sharp, acrid smell fills the air as I crush the brittle leaves between my palms, grinding them into a fine powder. It is a scent of preservation and of deceit. I rub the powder over my clothes, my arms, my neck. The act is a ritual of betrayal, a final necessary cruelty to ensure he cannot follow my trail when he wakes. I am erasing myself from his world, one scent at a time. When I am done, I give him one last lingering look. the sleeping giant, the broken prince, my love. Then I turn and walk away, each step a new crack in my shattering heart. Kazian is waiting for me, a silent shadow in the main cavern. There is no triumph in his ancient eyes, only a solemn, weary understanding. He does not speak. He simply gives a single nod and turns, leading me toward a section of the cavern wall that appears solid. He places a hand on the rock, and a doorway of pure, silent shadow irises open, revealing a passage beyond. We step through, and the air changes. It is warm, humid, and thrumming with an energy so powerful it feels like the air itself is alive. The passage is not dark, but lit by a soft internal luminescence that seems to emanate from the very stone. The gentle melodic sound of flowing water grows louder with every step. I feel like I am walking into the heart of magic itself, a final pilgrimage. My hands are trembling, but my feet, guided by my grim resolve, are steady. We emerge from the passage into a cavern that steals my breath. It is a vast, natural dome, larger than any hall in Lord Gildred's estate. The entire cavern glows with a soft, silver-blue light that emanates from the pools of water that cover the floor and from the 1,000 small waterfalls that cascade down the crystalline walls. The air is warm and smells of night-blooming flowers, wet stone, and raw, untamed power. It is the most beautiful place I have ever seen. A paradise. My eyes are drawn to the centre of the cavern, where a large, flat-topped island of black, obsidian-like rock rises from the largest of the glowing pools. It is here that the light is brightest, the hum of power the loudest. And in the centre of that island, stark and terrible, and exactly as it was in the ancient carvings, is a sacrificial altar of smooth, polished stone.
Chapter 17. Xylon. I wake with a jolt, not slowly, not from the gentle depths of sleep, but with a violent, primal snap of awareness, as if a predator's jaws have closed on the world. My eyes fly open to the dim, crystal-lit cavern. I am alone. The air is cold. Still. Wrong. I push myself up, my massive body stiff and aching. The rage and despair from our conflict left a residue of exhaustion in my bones. I look around the small cavern, my eyes piercing the gloom. Empty. I take a deep breath and the world stops. Her scent is gone. Panic, cold and sharp as a shard of ice, cuts through the beast's lingering haze. It's not a gradual dawning. It is an immediate, absolute certainty. The air, which for days has been filled with the warm, clean scent of her courage and her life, is now just cold, dead stone. I am on my feet in an instant, my heart a frantic, hammering drum against my ribs. Dina. The name is a silent roar in my mind. I storm out of the sleeping cavern, my thunderous footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. Dina! The sound that rips from my throat is a monstrous, guttural bark, a sound of pure, rising terror. It is swallowed by the vast emptiness of the Vrocken's domain. No answer, only the mocking echo of my own desperate cry. I searched the great cavern, my movements frantic, destructive. I sweep a display case of delicate jewelry to the floor with a flick of my wrist, the sound of shattering glass a pale imitation of the shattering in my own chest. I rip a centuries-old tapestry from the wall, as if she could be hiding behind it. Where is she? Where did he take her? The Vraken! Cassian! I track back to the place of our argument, to the spot where I last saw her. Her scent is here, a faint, fading ghost. But it is mingled with two other things, the cold, grave dust scent of the Vraken, and something else. Something sharp, acrid, and green. A masking scent. I shouldn't have left her with him. I lower my head to the stone floor, my nostrils flaring. I know this smell. Rearst. A common orcish herb used to hide the scent of a trail from beasts. She did not just leave. She hid her leaving from me. She went with him. Willingly. The betrayal is a snake choking my heart. The air rushes from my lungs, and for a moment, the strength goes out of my limbs. She chose to leave me. She chose to walk to her own death. For me. I never asked this of her. I never wanted her to. But the pain is instantly consumed by a far greater, far more terrible emotion. Terror. A pure, absolute terror for her safety that is so potent it brings the beast's rage roaring back. But this time it is a cold, focused fire. The Vraken lied. The certainty of it is a warrior's instinct, a truth that settles into my bones. I see his ancient, grief-stricken face in my mind, the desperation in his eyes. He's not a being of gentle release and noble sacrifice. He is a predator, consumed by his own pain, and he will do anything to get what he wants. He saw her hope, her purity, and he saw a key, a tool. He would not care how it breaks, as long as it turns the lock. The terror gives way to a rage so profound it makes the cavern tremble, a rage at the Vraken for his lies, a rage at myself for leaving her alone with him, for my weakness, for my despair. I let my own pain drive me away, and I left her vulnerable to his poison. Never again. My purpose becomes a single burning point of light in the darkness. Find her, save her, kill him. My senses, honed by the curse and guided by the warrior, reach out. I can smell the faint, lingering trail of the Vraken's power, a path of cold shadow leading to a solid wall. The hidden door. I place my hand on the stone. It is just cold rock. But I can smell the magic, and I can smell the faintest, lingering trace of her scent that the ruse could not entirely erase. I do not need a key. I am the key. I pull my arm back and drive my fist into the wall. The stone groans, cracking under the impact. I hit it again, and again. The pain is nothing. With a final explosive roar, the wall shatters inward, revealing the glowing magical passage beyond. I plunge into the tunnel, a 10-foot-tall engine of pure, righteous fury. The air is warm, humming with the power of the wild spont. It is the scent of her destination, the scent of the altar. I run. My powerful legs eat up the ground, each stride a thunderous vow. I will not be too late. I refuse it. The universe will not be so cruel. The light at the end of the tunnel grows brighter, the hum of power louder. I can hear a voice now, a soft, melodic chanting in an ancient tongue. Cassian. He is performing the ritual. I burst from the passage into the vast, glowing cavern, my roar of fury a declaration of war that shakes the very crystals from the ceiling. And the sight that greets me is the manifestation of my worst fears. In the middle of the cavern, on the black stone island, she lies stretched out upon a sacrificial altar. She is still, her eyes closed, and standing over her, his hands raised, is Cassian. In his right hand he holds a ritual knife of gleaming obsidian-like crystal, its point aimed directly at her heart.
Chapter 18. Dina. I lie on the cold, smooth stone of the altar, a willing sacrifice. My heart is a heavy, aching thing in my chest, but my resolve is a shield against the fear. The air in the cavern hums around me, a sweet, melodic thrum of pure magic. The silver-blue light from the water below casts shifting, beautiful patterns on the high, crystalline ceiling. It is a beautiful place to die. A part of me, the part that has only ever known servitude and pain, is grateful for this small, final mercy. I close my eyes and think of Xylon, of his face when he is whole and healed and free. That is the image I will take with me into Cassian's promised peace. Cassian stands over me, a figure of midnight and sorrow. He raises his pale, elegant hands. "Be at peace, child," he whispers, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Your gift will bring an end to great suffering." He begins to chant. The change is instantaneous. The gentle melodic hum of the cavern sharpens, rising in pitch to a high electric crackle. The soft, silver-blue light intensifies, becoming a blinding, brilliant white that shines through my closed eyelids. The air grows thick and heavy, chaining me down like metal, making it hard to breathe. This is not the gentle, soothing magic I expected. This is a raw, demanding, and hungry power. Cassian's voice, once a soft whisper, transforms. It becomes a resonant, powerful boom that seems to shake the very foundations of the cavern. He is not pleading with the wild spont. He is commanding it. I do not understand the ancient, guttural words of his incantation, but I understand intent. The words he speaks are not of healing or release. They are harsh, angular sounds of binding, of pulling, of forcing. They are words of exchange. A cold seed of doubt begins to sprout in the pit of my stomach. A shimmering in the air above me makes me open my eyes. The brilliant white light is coalescing, weaving itself into threads, forming a shape. The shape of a person, a woman. She is beautiful, with long, flowing hair and a face of heartbreaking sadness, but her form is translucent, ethereal. A ghost. Is this Cassian's lost love? Lyra. My doubt blossoms into full-blown, ice-cold fear. This is wrong. All of this is wrong. Why is she here? The ritual is for Xylon, to heal him. I turn my head, my gaze snapping to Cassian. The mask of weary, tragic grief has vanished from his face. It has been utterly consumed by a raw, obsessive hunger that is terrifying to behold. His black, bottomless eyes are not on me, not on the glowing font. They are fixed on the ghostly image of the woman above me, and the look on his face is that of a starving man who has not seen food in 1,000 years. It is a look of pure, selfish, all-consuming need. And in that moment, all the pieces of his terrible deception slam into place. The words of binding, the ghostly apparition, his obsessive hunger, the need for a pure heart, a strong life force. He is not breaking a curse. He is paying a ransom. He is bringing his lover back from the dead by trading my soul for hers. The lie of a gentle release is a sickening mockery. This is not a sacrifice. It is a theft. Panic, stark and absolute, explodes in my chest. A scream builds in my throat. I try to sit up, to struggle, to throw myself from this cursed altar. I cannot move. My body is pinned to the stone, held fast by invisible, unyielding bands of magical force. I am trapped, a prisoner in my own skin. The only thing I can move are my eyes. The scream dies in my throat, choked off by the magical pressure. My heart hammers against my ribs, a wild, terrified bird in a cage of bone. I am going to die here, not as a willing sacrifice to save the man I love, but as fuel for a madman's obsession. The ghost of Lyra becomes more solid, her sad eyes looking down not at me, but through me. Cassian's chanting reaches a fevered, frantic crescendo. He raises his right hand, and in it, he holds a ritual knife carved from a single piece of gleaming black crystal. It is a shard of solidified night, and its point is aimed directly at my heart. This is it. The final terrible moment. My life is about to be stolen, my soul used as currency, and Xylon will never even know why. He will wake up cured, and I will be gone, my spirit devoured by this ancient, hungry magic. The despair is a black, suffocating tide. The tip of the crystal knife glints in the blinding light. Cassian's face is a mask of triumphant madness. He is about to complete the ritual. He is about to bring the knife down. In that last, silent, hopeless second before the end, a roar of pure, possessive, earth-shaking fury explodes into the cavern, a sound I know better than my own name. It is a sound that shatters the spell of the ritual, that shakes the very stones of this ancient place, and that rips through my despair with all the force of a lightning strike. It is the sound of Xylon.
Chapter 19. Xylon. My roar rips through the cavern, a primal sound of absolute fury and terror. The air crackles with it. I burst from the passage, my monstrous form a thunderous blur of gray-green muscle. She is there, laid out on the black altar. Her eyes are closed. Cassian stands over her, his pale, elegant hand raised, the crystal knife a shard of obsidian pointed at her heart. The ghostly form of his lost love shimmers above her, translucent and terrifying. He is too close. My mind collapses into a single burning purpose. Reach her. Stop him. Kill him. I do not think. I simply move. My powerful legs launch me across the glowing pool of the wild spawn, the water boiling and hissing as my colossal weight displaces it. I'm a living battering ram, a force of vengeance unleashed. Cassian's head snaps up, his ancient eyes widening with a flicker of surprise, a spark of something almost like annoyance. He had not anticipated me. Good. He is faster than anything I have ever seen. Before I can even reach the island, before my first monstrous stride lands on the obsidian rock, he is gone. One moment he is standing over her. The next he is a blur of midnight robes reappearing on the far side of the island, chanting. Bolts of dark energy, colder than the deepest void, erupt from his outstretched hands. They scream across the cavern, aimed not at my body, but at the glowing pools around the altar. When they strike the luminous water, it erupts in explosions of crackling shadow and blinding light. He tries to weaponize the wild spawn against me, to sever my connection to the island. I ignore it. The spray of superheated water and raw magic lashes at my hide, but I do not slow. My course is set. She is my world. He will not take her from me. I crash onto the black rock of the altar island, my weight shaking the entire structure. The impact sends a wave of force through the cavern, making the crystal formations shudder. My claws permeate the obsidian, leaving deep gouges. Fool! Cassian's voice is a whip crack of contempt. You cannot stop this! Her soul is already. His words are cut off by my roaring charge. I'm a whirlwind of fury, a storm of muscle and claw. He tries to evade me again, a shimmering blur of shadow magic. But my beast-honed senses anticipate his move. I shift my weight, a powerful lunge, not where he is, but where he will be. My massive clawed hand slams into the air where he is about to materialize. He flickers, half-formed, then my blow connects. Not with the full force of my charge, but with enough power to send him reeling. He cries out, a thin, surprised sound of pain. He crashes against one of the smaller waterfalls, his midnight robes tangling in the spray. The interruption is enough. The ritual falters. The blinding white light of the wild spawn flickers, momentarily dimming. The ghostly image of a woman solidifying above Dina shimmers and wavers, becoming translucent once more. Cassian recovers, his black eyes blazing with a cold fury. He launches himself at me, not with raw strength, but with a torrent of shadow magic. Tendrils of pure darkness wrap around my limbs, biting into my flesh like countless razor-sharp teeth. They try to bind me, to pull me down, to drain my strength. The cold, lifeless magic is in agony, a creeping paralysis that tries to invade my very core. I roar, a sound of defiance and refusal. The beast's rage is a burning tide that climbs my throat. My claws dig into the obsidian floor, the rock groaning under the pressure. I will tear them all apart for touching her. I will tear him apart for touching me with this vile, dead magic. I ignore the pain. I ignore the draining cold. My strength is fueled by a single, unyielding truth. She is in danger. I pull against the binding shadows, my muscles bulging, screaming in protest. The Fraken magic, ancient and powerful, strains against my brute, monstrous strength. I feel something tear in my chest, a fresh bloom of agony, but I do not care. I will not stop. The shadows snap. They break, dissolving into nothingness. Cassian stumbles back, his face pale with shock. He had underestimated my monstrous power. He had underestimated my rage. He had underestimated my love. I charge again. He tries another trick, conjuring a wall of shadow to block my path. I do not slow. I hit it with my shoulder, a thunderous impact that sends ripples through the magical barrier. It holds for a moment, then shatters like glass, throwing splinters of dark magic through the air. I am on him. He raises his hands, a desperate incantation on his lips, but there is no time. My massive clawed hand slams into his chest. Not to kill. Not yet. I want him to feel it, to know what it is to be helpless. He is thrown backward with a sickening crack, his body sailing through the air like a broken doll. He crashes into the largest of the crystal waterfalls that feed the wildspawn, his thin form disappearing in a blinding explosion of silver-blue light and spray. The entire cavern shudders, the humming power of the wildspawn reacting violently to the intrusion. The ritual is utterly, irrevocably broken. The brilliant white light of the wildspawn flickers wildly, then pulses, growing impossibly bright. The magic unleashed, unbound by Cassian's control, surges through the cavern, a wild, chaotic storm of raw power. Above the altar, the ghostly image of Lyra, Cassian's beloved, solidifies completely. She is no longer translucent. She is real. Her eyes, filled with an ancient, profound sadness that mirrors Cassian's own, open slowly. She looks down, not at Dina, still bound to the altar, but across the cavern, straight into the eyes of Cassian himself.
Chapter 20. Dina. The cavern is a storm of uncontrolled magic. Xylon stands panting on the obsidian island, his monstrous form trembling with exertion, his blood dripping onto the black stone. Cassian lies in a broken heap in the frothing, luminous water of the waterfall. And above me, the spirit of his lost love, Lyra, is no longer a ghost. She is a solid, shimmering presence, real and terrible in her sorrow. The magical bindings hold me fast to the altar, a helpless spectator to the climax of a tragedy centuries in the making. Lyra's eyes, filled with a sadness so profound it feels like the weight of the ocean, are fixed on the Vraken. Cassian stirs, pushing himself up, his unnaturally graceful movements now broken and clumsy. He stumbles out of the water, his gaze locked on her, the obsessive hunger from before now curdled into a look of stunned, desperate hope. Lyra, he breathes, his voice a broken thing. I have you. I have you back. The spirit speaks, and her voice is not a whisper, not a ghostly echo. It is real, a clear melodic sound filled with the crushing weight of unshed tears. No, my love, you do not. She turns her heartbreaking gaze to me, still pinned to the altar. Her eyes are full of a gentle, profound pity. You cannot build our future on the foundation of another's stolen love, Cassian. I will not have my peace at the price of her life. Cassian takes a stumbling step forward, his pale hand outstretched. But I did it for you. I have waited for you. I have preserved you. Preserved me. Lyra's voice cracks, and a flash of anguish crosses her beautiful face. Oh, my love. My foolish, grieving love. You have not been preserving me. You have been imprisoning me. The air in my lungs freezes. The words land in the supercharged atmosphere of the cavern with the violent force of a physical blow. This place, this magic, your unrelenting grief, it has been a cage for my soul, she says, her voice trembling. I have not been waiting for release. I have been trapped, unable to move on, tethered to this world by the sheer force of your refusal to let me go. I have watched the centuries turn to dust, Cassian. I have watched you build this beautiful, terrible tomb around my memory, and all I have ever wanted was for you to let me go. To finally, truly, be at rest. With you. Her words, spoken with such gentle, devastating clarity, finally break through the walls of his obsessive grief. The madness, the frantic hunger that had twisted his features, drains away. He looks at me, truly looks at me for the first time, and I see not a tool or a key, but a terrified young woman on the verge of death. He looks at Xylon, the wounded, furious protector who would tear the world apart for that young woman. And then he looks back at his love, at the beautiful soul he has been tormenting with his selfish sorrow. His face, a mask of stoic, ancient pain for 500 years, crumples. A sound of pure, final heartbreak is torn from his throat, a sound more terrible than any of Xylon's roars. The sound of a soul shattering. "Forgive me," he whispers to the spirit of his love, to me, to the world. With a cry of anguish that echoes through the magical heart of the world, he raises his hands. He speaks a single, sharp word of ancient power, a word of unmaking. The invisible bindings that hold me to the altar shatter like glass. The pressure vanishes, and the air rushes back into my lungs in a ragged gasp. I am free. I push myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, just in time to see Cassian turn his back on us. He walks toward the heart of the wild spot, toward the brightest part of the pool where the light is a solid, living thing. Lyra's spirit floats toward him, her hand outstretched, a sad, loving smile finally gracing her lips. "Come home," she whispers. Cassian reaches out and takes her hand. As his fingers touch hers, he steps into the luminous water. He does not sink. His body begins to dissolve, not in a gruesome, violent way, but with a terrible, sublime beauty. His midnight robes, his pale skin, his ancient, sorrowful face, they unravel into threads of pure, golden white light, flowing into the wild spot, joining with his love. In seconds he is gone, leaving behind only a surge of brilliant, overwhelming energy and the faint, lingering scent of ancient grief, finally at peace. But the wild spot, its ritual aborted, its power unbalanced by Cassian's final sacrificial act, screams. The gentle, humming thrum of the cavern rises to a deafening, piercing shriek. The luminous water begins to boil, to churn, the light shifting from silver blue to a white-hot, furious intensity. All the energy Cassian gathered for his ritual, all the power he just fed into it with his own life force, has nowhere to go. It is a river dammed, and the dam is breaking. With a sound like the sky tearing apart, the wild spot erupts. A massive, uncontrolled wave of pure, incandescent magic surges outward from the central pool, a tidal wave of raw, unmaking power. And it is surging directly towards Xylon. Chapter 21. Dina. The world is light and sound and terror. The wild spot, a place of serene, humming beauty only moments ago, has become the heart of a raging, incandescent storm. The wave of pure, untamed magic erupts from its core, a tidal wave of white-hot power that boils the luminous water and shakes the very cavern to its foundations, and it is hurtling directly toward Xylon. He stands on the obsidian island, wounded and exhausted, his back to the approaching cataclysm. He is still watching the spot where Cassian dissolved into light, unaware of the new, more terrible danger. "Xylon!" The name is torn from my throat, a raw, helpless scream. I scramble from the altar, my legs unsteady, my body still trembling with the phantom feeling of Cassian's magical bindings. I try to run to him, to throw myself in front of him, to do something. A foolish, futile gesture, a moth trying to shield a flame from a hurricane. I am too slow. The magic is too fast. The wave hits him. I scream again, a sound of pure, soul-deep anguish, squeezing my eyes shut, unable to watch him be unmade, to be dissolved into nothing but a memory and a flash of light, like the Vraken. But there is no sound of obliteration. There is no final, dying roar. There is only a new sound, a sound so full of agony it is almost impossible to bear. It is a scream that is half a beast's roar and half a man's cry of torment, a symphony of absolute, all-consuming pain. My eyes fly open. The light has not destroyed him. It has enveloped him. He is a silhouette at the heart of a miniature, blazing sun, his entire 10-foot frame encased in the wildspont's furious, unmaking power. The light clings to him, sinking into him, and his monstrous body begins to convulse, to twist, to break. I can only watch, frozen in a state of pure, horrified awe. The sound of his agony is a physical blow, but I cannot look away. This is a sacred, terrible thing, a violent birth or a violent death, and I am its only witness. His bones begin to crack, loud, sharp sounds that echo through the cavern like a volley of gunfire. His massive 10-foot frame, the body of a giant, begins to collapse inward. It is not a gentle shrinking. It is a brutal, violent compression, as if an unseen god has wrapped its fist around him and is squeezing. His back arches, a silent scream of torment etched onto his monstrous features as his very skeleton is broken and remade. The twisted, corrupted muscles that cover his body writhe and contort, sloughing away like clay being stripped from a statue. The sickly grey-green hide shimmers, its diseased colour burning away to be replaced by a healthy, vibrant olive green, steam rising from his skin as if from a forge. The transformation moves to his face. The brutish, heavy brow recedes. The flattened nose lengthens, straightening into a strong, noble line. The jutting, monstrous jaw reshapes, becoming a thing of sharp, handsome angles. His tusks remain, but they are smaller now, a clean, sharp white, a mark of heritage, not monstrosity. It is the face I saw for a fleeting, impossible instant in the cave behind the waterfall. The face of the man, the face of the orc he was born to be. The light holds him for a final, breathtaking moment, and then, with a sound like a great collective exhalation, it recedes, flowing back into the wild spont, its fury spent. The cavern is plunged into a sudden, echoing silence, broken only by the gentle sound of the waterfalls. The brilliant, violent light is gone, replaced once more by the soft, silver-blue glow of the cavern at peace. Where the 10-foot monster had stood, and orc lies collapsed on the obsidian stone, naked and whole, steam coiling from his powerful, olive-skinned body. He is not moving. My breath catches in my throat, a painful, hitching thing. Is he alive? The hope is so fierce, so terrifying, it feels like a second death. Tears I didn't know I was crying stream down my face, blurring my vision. I take a single hesitant step forward, then another, my legs shaking so badly I can barely stand. I stumble across the shallow, glowing water that separates me from the island, my worn slippers soaking through. The magical warmth of the font, a strange contrast to the ice in my veins. I reach the edge of the obsidian altar and fall to my knees beside him. He is real. A tall, powerfully built orc warrior, his body a landscape of corded muscle and old, faded scars. His black hair is plastered to his scalp, slick with water and sweat. He is beautiful. He is everything I knew was hidden beneath the pain and the rage. Xylon, I whisper, my voice a broken, trembling thing. I reach out a shaking hand, hesitating just before I touch his shoulder. His eyes flutter open. They are not the burning red embers of the beast. They are the darkest brown I have ever seen, sharp, intelligent, and filled with a clear, undeniable light. They scan the cavern for a moment, taking in the glowing water, the crystals, a flicker of confusion in their depths. And then, they find me. His eyes focus on my face, and the confusion melts away, replaced by a look of pure, breathtaking recognition. an expression of such profound, soul-deep love that it steals the very breath from my lungs. He opens his mouth, and for the very first time he speaks in a voice that is not a growl or a roar, but a clear, deep, rumbling baritone that vibrates through the very stone beneath us. He speaks the one word that changes everything. Dina.
Chapter 22. Xylon. Silence. That is the first thing I know. Not the roaring, thunderous silence of the cave, but a profound, blessedly empty quiet inside my own mind. The red haze is gone. The ceaseless burning fire of the curse that has been my torment for so long is extinguished. The constant screaming rage of the beast is gone. I am alone in my own head. The peace of it is so absolute, so overwhelming. It is a blow to my core. My eyes flutter open. The world is not a riot of threatening shapes and overwhelming smells. It is just the world. The cavern is a place of serene, impossible beauty, the silver-blue light of the crystals casting a soft glow on the gently flowing water. I can see it. I can truly see it, without the filter of hatred and pain. I take a breath, and the air is just air, clean and cool. I lift my hand, and it is not a monstrous claw made for tearing and breaking. It is my hand. Olive-skinned, scarred from a life of training, but it is mine. I can feel the cool stone beneath my own fingertips, the texture of my own skin. I am myself. The relief is a tidal wave, so powerful it threatens to drown me in a way the rage never could. And then my eyes find her. Dina. She is kneeling beside me, her face pale, tears tracing clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. And she is beautiful. The word is too small, too simple for what she is. My fragmented, beast-hazed memories did her no justice. I see her now with my own eyes, the eyes of an orc, of a man. Her eyes are not just brown. They are the color of rich, fertile earth after a rain, deep and full of a stubborn, resilient life. Her hair is not just a brown tangle. It is a cascade of waves that catches the ethereal light of the cavern. I see the exhaustion etched onto her features, the fading bruise on her cheek, the slave's brand on her neck, marks of the cruelty she has endured, marks of the strength that allowed her to endure it. She looked at a terrifying monster and saw a man. She faced death to save a soul she had no reason to believe even existed. She is the sun. She is the warrior. A feeling so profound, so powerful, it aches in my newly whole chest, rises in me. It is a thing of gratitude and awe and a fierce, possessive need to protect that has absolutely nothing to do with the beast's instinct. It is love. Pure and absolute. I have to tell her. I have to speak to her. I open my mouth and the muscles of my jaw and throat feel foreign, clumsy from disuse. I focus all of my will, all of my newfound clarity, into a single word. Her name. Dina. The sound of my own voice is a miracle. It is not the guttural roar of the Urog, but a deep, clear baritone. My voice. I had thought it was lost forever. Hearing it now is like seeing the sun after a lifetime of darkness. Her name on my lips seems to break a spell. Her eyes, which had been wide with a stunned, fearful hope, now flood with unrestrained relief. A sob, a beautiful, broken sound escapes her. Xylon, she whispers, testing my name, the one I carved for her in the dirt. It's really you. She scrambles closer, her movements frantic, urgent. She pulls a dark, heavy cloth from a pile of wreckage, Casian's robe, and gently drapes it over my naked body. Her touch is a fire against my skin, a gentle, searing heat that really has nothing to do with the curse. It's the first gentle touch I've felt from another person since my mother's hands braided my hair. I'm here, I say, my voice growing stronger, more certain. You saved me. She starts, then stops, shaking her head as if she cannot comprehend it. I thought the magic would kill you. It almost did, I admit. The memory of the transformation of phantom agony in my bones. But your face, I held on to the memory of your face. We talked then, our words hesitant at first, a bridge being built between two worlds. I am a man relearning the language of his soul, and she's a woman learning to speak to a miracle. I tell her everything. My name is Xylon of the Fire Sun Clan, I say, the words a proud, firm declaration of my reclaimed identity. I am the son of the chieftain, Born. I tell her of my rival, Grak, of the ambush that led to my capture, of the dark magics Lord Gildred used to twist my body and mind. I tell her of the long, dark years spent trapped in the beast's rage, and of the small acts of kindness, a piece of bread, a gentle hum, that kept the flicker of my soul from being extinguished entirely. She listens, her hand resting on my arm, her touch a constant, grounding anchor. She tells me of her decision, of Kazian's lies, of her walk to the altar. And I see the strength in her, a courage that faced down not just monsters and sorcerers, but her own fear, her own despair. When our stories are told, a new silence settles between us. It is not empty, but full. Full of all the things we have endured, full of all the things we are now, together. I look at her, at this small human woman who faced down the world for me, and the ache in my chest is a pain of pure, overwhelming love. I have taken her from one prison only to leave her a fugitive in a hostile world. It is not enough. She deserves a home. She deserves safety. She deserves honor. I will give it to her. I take her hand, my fingers lacing through hers, and I softly place a reverent kiss on the back of her hand. Her skin is so soft. Dina, I say, voice a low, unbreakable vow. I am taking you home, to the stronghold of the Fire Sun Clan. You will be a slave no longer. You will be safe. You will be honored above all others. This I swear on my life.
Chapter 23. Dina. We travel for days. The sprawling, windswept plains of Oshta slowly give way to rolling foothills, the land rising to meet the jagged, snow-capped peaks of the mountains that loom on the horizon. The world has opened up, a vast, untamed wilderness, and with it our own small world has fundamentally changed. Xylon leads, and I follow. The dynamic between us has shifted, a silent, seismic reordering of our universe. He is no longer the wounded, disoriented creature I had to care for. He is a warrior in his element. He is the leader now, and I, for the very first time in my life, am his partner. One afternoon, he stops and picks up a long, straight branch from a fallen ironwood tree. For the next hour, as we walk, he works on it with his knife, his powerful hands surprisingly deft. He carves a gentle curve into the wood, notches the ends, and uses a strip of sinew from a deer he hunted to string it. A bow. It is crude, but powerful. He hands it to me. "You must learn," is all he says, voice a low rumble. He stands behind me, his body a wall of heat at my back, his proximity making my breath catch. "Raise it," he commands softly. I do, my arms trembling from the tension of the string. His arms come around me to correct my form, his broad chest pressing against my shoulders, his hands covering mine. One guides my grip on the bow, the other helps me pull the string back to my cheek. My mind goes blank. All I can feel is him surrounding me, his clean, masculine scent, the sheer, solid power of his body caging me in. The air crackles. "Breathe," he murmurs, his lips close to my ear. The vibration of his voice travels straight through me, coiling low in my gut. See the target. See nothing else. I see nothing. I feel everything. I am achingly, overwhelmingly aware of the play of muscle in the arms that encircle me, of the strength in the fingers that gently adjust my own. A wild, terrifying part of me wants to lean back, to melt into the solid wall of him. I loose the arrow. It flies wide, thudding uselessly into the dirt. He lets out a low breath, but he doesn't move away. For a long moment we stay like that, wrapped in a warrior's stance that feels like the most intimate embrace I have ever known. Then he steps back, and the sudden loss of his heat is a physical blow. I look at him, my heart hammering, my face flushed with a heat that has little to do with the sun. His expression is unreadable, his dark eyes focused on the misplaced arrow, his face a cold mask of stoic instruction. Does he feel it? This raw electric current that arcs between us whenever we get too close? Or is it just me? Am I just a former slave, so starved for kindness that I am mistaking a warrior's practical training for something more? The doubt is a cold, lonely thing. That night, as the moons begin their ascent into a sky littered with 1,000 diamond-sharp stars, he builds our fire in the shelter of a small, rocky overhang. The day was long, the climb strenuous, and an exhausted silence settles over us as we eat. The firelight dances across his face, casting his strong features in flickering shades of gold and shadow. He is staring into the flames, but I can tell his thoughts are far away. He turns to me. "Dina," he says, his deep voice a soft rumble. He reaches across the small space between us, his large, calloused hand open. A silent invitation. My heart seizes. My hand trembles as I lift it and place it in his. His fingers close around mine, his grip firm and warm and impossibly gentle. A jolt, a pure electric shock, arcs up my arm. He turns my hand over, his thumb stroking the centre of my palm as he looks at our joined hands. "The symbol on my shoulder," he begins, his voice low. "It is the mark of my clan." The fire sun. He looks up, his dark eyes meeting mine. Our legends say the first orc was born when the sun kissed the mountain. We do not worship the sun as a god, but we honour it as our ancestor. Its light is in our blood. It means we carry a fire inside us that no darkness can extinguish. Tears prick at my eyes. He is giving me a piece of his soul. "When I was... the other thing," he says, "the darkness was absolute. I was so close to losing myself. It tried to extinguish my fire. It almost succeeded. My fingers tighten around his. But there was a light," he whispers, his thumb stroking my skin. "A small, stubborn light that would not let the darkness win. You." My breath hitches, a sob catching in my throat. "I remember everything, Dina," he confesses, his voice rich with an emotion that makes my own heart ache in response. "I remember the scent of the bread you left. I remember the sound of your humming. I was trapped, but I was not gone. And you were the one who kept my soul alive. The tears I have been holding back finally fall, tracing hot paths down my cheeks. He remembers. He was there, inside the beast, all along. Our connection, the one I thought was a figment of my own desperate hope, was real." He makes a low sound in his chest, a sound of profound, aching tenderness. He gently tugs my hand, and I lean in, drawn by an invisible string. He lifts his other hand, his thumb coming up to brush a tear from my cheek, his touch impossibly soft. His eyes search mine, 1,000 unspoken questions passing between us. There is a hesitation, a moment where the entire world seems to hold its breath. I give a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. He leans in and presses his lips to mine. It is not a kiss of passion, not of hunger. It is a kiss of reverence. It is soft, hesitant, a gentle press of warmth against the backdrop of the cold mountain night. It is a kiss that speaks of gratitude, of awe. It is the kiss of a man who was lost in a great darkness and has finally found the sun. It is a brand of a different kind, a mark of devotion seared into my very soul, and it is the most beautiful thing I have ever known. The next day we climb higher. We do not speak of the kiss, but it lingers in the air, a silent, shimmering promise. we reach a narrow, wind-swept pass, a notch carved between two towering, snow-dusted peaks. Xylon stops at the edge and turns to me, a look of grim, proud homecoming on his face. He gestures to the hidden valley that lies beyond. "We are here," he says in a deep, resonant vow that rolls through the wind. "This is the stronghold of the Fire Sun clan." Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 24. Xylon. I take my first step through the mountain pass, and the air that fills my lungs is the air of home. It is a thing I thought I would never taste again. It is sharp and cold, scented with the deep, resinous perfume of the ancient pines that cling to the valley walls, the smoke from the stronghold's great fires, and the rich, loamy smell of our home soil. The memories these scents unlock are so powerful, so overwhelming that, for a moment, my legs will not move. I have been running toward this place for what feels like an eternity, and now that it is here, I do not know how to enter it. Dina's small hand finds mine, her fingers lacing through mine. Her touch is a warm, solid anchor in the swirling sea of my past. I look down at her, at the quiet strength in her face, and my resolve solidifies. My past is here, but she is my future. I will bring them together. We walk the final path to the great gate of the stronghold, a massive structure of iron-banded oak set into the living rock of the mountain. 2 guards clad in the familiar hardened leather and steel of the Fire Sun warriors stand watch. Their faces are young, warriors I do not recognize, who would have been children when I was taken. They raise their spears, their expressions hard, challenging. "Halt! State your purpose in the lands of the Fire Sun clan," one of them barks, his voice deep and authoritative. Before I can speak, the other one squints, his eyes narrowing. He steps even closer, his gaze sweeping over my face, my build, the sun tattoo that is no longer warped and faded but clear and sharp on my shoulder. His jaw goes slack. The spear in his hand wavers. "By the ancestors," he breathes, his voice a choked whisper. "It cannot be." He looks at his companion, his eyes wide with a wild, impossible hope. It is him. It is the chieftain's son. The first guard stares, his own disbelief warring with the evidence before him. He looks at my face, at the small tusks that mark my lineage, at the eyes of my father. And then his professional mask shatters, replaced by a grin so wide it seems to split his face. "Sound the horn!" he bellows, his voice a joyous, thundering thing that echoes through the entire valley. "Sound the horn of return! Xylon is home!" The sound of the great horn, a deep, resonant blast that is the heartbeat of my people, answers his call, and with it comes the sound of my people. It starts as a murmur, then a rumble, then a roar. The great gate groans open, and the entire clan pours out, a flood of olive-green skin and joyous, disbelieving faces. Warriors, artisans, shamans, elders. They swarm toward us, their shouts of my name, a song I thought I would never hear again. They clap me on the back, grip my arms, their faces a blur of tears and laughter. The sensory overload is immense, but it is not the threatening chaos of the Urok's mind. It is the overwhelming, life-affirming chaos of belonging. I search the sea of faces, my heart hammering in my chest, looking for the only one that truly matters. And then I see him. The crowd parts, and my father, Chief Boren, stands there. He is older than I remember, the lines on his weary face carved deeper, his great black braids now streaked with silver. But his shoulders are as broad as the mountain, his dark eyes holding the same fire of leadership, the same deep, quiet strength. He does not move. He just watches me, his gaze an open wound of grief and hope and a decade of loss. I move toward him, the crowd falling silent around us. I stop before him, the returned son, the broken warrior made whole. No words are needed. There are no words for this. He closes the distance in 2 great strides and pulls me into an embrace so powerful, it feels like he is trying to mend my shattered soul with the sheer force of his love. His hand comes up to cradle the back of my head, just as he did when I was a boy. I bury my face in the familiar scent of his leather and wood smoke tunic, and a shudder racks my entire frame. The warrior, the chieftain's son, the monster. We all break. I let the walls I built inside myself crumble. I am home. That night, the great hall is a roaring celebration of life. The fires in the central pits leap toward the smoke-blackened ceiling, casting a warm, dancing glow on the feasting tables. The beat of the war drums is a joyous, thunderous rhythm that vibrates in my bones. The air is ripe with the rich, savory smell of roasted meat and the sharp, clean scent of Orshish ale. I sit at the high table beside my father, with Dina on my other side. I keep her close, my arm a protective shield around her. She is overwhelmed by the loud, joyous, chaotic energy of my people, but she faces it with the same quiet courage she has shown all along. My father raises a horn of ale. "To my son!" he roars, and the clan answers with a cheer that shakes the rafters. "To Zelon, returned from the darkness." When the cheering subsides, he looks at me. "Tell them, my son. Tell them your story." I stand and a hush falls over the great hall. I look out at the faces of my clan, my family, my people, and I speak. I tell them of the Dark Elf's treachery, of the agony of the curse, of the long years spent trapped in a prison of rage. And then I tell them of the light. "In that darkness, there was one person who showed me kindness," I say, my voice ringing with a conviction that stills the very air. "One person who faced down a monster and saw a soul worth saving." I turn and extend my hand to Dina. She hesitates, her eyes wide, before placing her small, trembling hand in mine. I pull her to her feet beside me. "This is Dina," I declare, my voice booming through the hall. "She is the human woman who broke my curse." She faced down sorcerers and assassins. She is a warrior with a spirit as strong as any orc in this hall. She is a hero of the Fire Sun clan. A roar of approval, louder than any before, erupts from the clan. They raise their horns to her. They cheer her name. Their voices a welcoming tide of acceptance. A fierce, possessive pride swells in my chest, so powerful it aches. But as my eyes scan the crowd, I see it. A pocket of silence in the storm of celebration. My old rival, Grak, stands with a handful of his supporters, his arms crossed over his massive chest. He's a great, brutish orc, his face a twisted mask of ambition and contempt. While most of his people cheer, he and his followers do not. They glare, not at me, but at Dina, their eyes filled with an open, venomous suspicion. The joy of my return freezes in my veins. One battle has ended, but I see now with a warrior's cold certainty that another is about to begin.
Chapter 25. Dina. The great hall of the Fire Sun clan is a cavern of joyous, overwhelming chaos. After a lifetime spent in the cold, oppressive silence of Lord Gildred's estate, the sheer volume of noise is akin to a blow to the head. Hundreds of orcs, their powerful bodies clad in leather and fur, feast at long, heavy tables. Their laughter is a booming, unrestrained thing that shakes the very rafters. The air is ripe with the rich, savoury smell of roasting meat, the sharp tang of ale, and the smoke from the great fire pits that burn in the exact centre of the hall, casting a wild, dancing light on the laughing faces. The relentless, thunderous beat of war drums is a rhythm that vibrates deep in my bones, a frantic alien heartbeat. I am seated at the high table, a place of honour beside Xylon, but I feel as small and out of place as a field mouse at a wolf's feast. Earlier, 2 orc women with kind eyes and gentle hands had taken me away. They had replaced my ragged, filthy slave tunic with new clothes, soft leather leggings, a warm tunic of deep green wool, and a heavy fur-lined cloak to ward off the mountain chill. They had brushed the tangles from my hair and washed the grime from my face. At last, I am clean, I am warm, I am not a slave, and I have never been more terrified. Xylon is a grounding presence beside me, his thigh a warm, solid wall against mine. He seems to feel my unease, his large hand finding mine under the table, his fingers giving a gentle, reassuring squeeze. He is home. He is a prince among his people, laughing and talking with the warriors who come to clap him on the shoulder, a fierce, proud joy radiating from him that makes my heart ache. The crowd parts, and a figure of immense presence approaches our table. It is Xylon's father, Chief Borin. He is a mountain of an orc, his silver-streaked braids adorned with iron rings, his face a roadmap of ancient battles and heavy burdens. He stops, his dark eyes so like his son's, studying me with a keen, assessing gaze. I feel a familiar urge to shrink, to look away, to make myself invisible. But then his stern expression softens. He places a hand, heavy and calloused, on the table before me. "Dina," he says in a deep, resonant rumble that cuts through the surrounding chaos. "The chieftain of the Fire Sun clan, and a father, thanks you. You brought my son back from the darkness. There is no price, no tribute, that can ever equal such a gift. You are a friend to this clan. You will always have a home here." His words, spoken with such formal, deep respect, shatter the dam I have built around my own heart. To be thanked, to be offered a home, to be called a friend by a man of such power, it is too much. Tears I thought I had no more of spring to my eyes, and I can only nod, a choked sob caught in my throat. Later, the celebration still roaring, Xylon is pulled into a conversation with a group of older warriors. He gives my hand a final squeeze, a silent promise to return, before he moves away. I take the opportunity to slip away from the high table, my head spinning from the noise and the single horn of ale I was persuaded to drink. I find a quieter alcove near the edge of the hall, partly hidden by a great carved pillar, just needing a moment to breathe. It is from here that I overhear them. Their voices are low, guttural rumbles, but in the relative quiet of the alcove, the words are sharp, clear as crystal. I recognise the one speaking, a great brutish orc with a cruel twist to his mouth. Grak, the rival Xylon had told me about. "He is not the same," Grak says, his voice thick with contempt. "The Dark Elf's magic tainted him, weakened him. He seems strong enough." Another warrior grunts. "He looks as he did before." "His body, perhaps," Grak scoffs, "but his spirit? To be brought low by a curse is one thing. To be saved by a soft, helpless human. It is a shame upon his lineage. How can a true orc warrior, a son of Borin, be rescued by a creature with no honour, no strength?" The words are a splash of ice water, a sickening jolt that sobers me instantly. My stomach plummets. "She is why he is weak," Grak continues, his voice dripping with venom. "He looks at her like she is the sun itself. A human, a worthless, fragile thing. He has brought a sickness into our stronghold. I feel my blood run cold. I should move. I should slip away before they see me. But I am frozen to the spot, pinned by the sheer, casual hatred in their voices. And then it is too late. The one called Grak turns his head, and his dark, malevolent eyes lock onto mine. A slow, cruel smile spreads across his face. He sees not a person, but an opportunity. He pushes himself away from his companions and stalks toward me, his movements a predator's deliberate, intimidating stride. He stops near me, his massive frame blocking out the light from the fires, casting me in his shadow. His eyes are full of a cold, calculating malice. "Well, well," he sneers, his voice loud enough for the orcs at the nearest tables to turn and watch. "The little human hero." He leans down, his foul, ale-soaked breath washing over me. "Tell me, witch," he says in a dangerous growl, "what price did you demand for your magic? What did our chieftain's son have to promise you to buy his life back?"
Chapter 26. Xylon. The warmth of the ale and the joyous, roaring energy of the Great Hall is a balm on a soul that has been cold for a decade. I'm speaking with one of my father's oldest war leaders, a grizzled veteran named Korgath, and his laughter is a familiar, welcome sound. But even as I laugh with him, my eyes scan the hall, always returning to her. Dina. She stands near a great pillar, a small, quiet island in the chaotic sea of my people, and the sight of her, safe and warm in the colors of my clan, fills a place in my chest I did not know was empty. My gaze sweeps the crowd, and then it freezes. The joy in my veins turns to ice. Grak! My old rival, his face a blazing mask of contempt, is bearing down on her. He is a great brutish orc, built for brawling, not for thought, and his ambition has always been a poison in his blood. He corners her, his hulking form trapping her against the stone, and his followers flank him like wolves circling their prey. I see the malice in his eyes, even from across the hall. I see the way his lips curl as he sneers down at her. I see the flicker of fear and confusion on her face, and a cold, controlled fury, a thing far more dangerous than the Urok's mindless rage, settles over me. "Excuse me, Korgath," my voice becoming a low, flat thing. I set my horn of ale down on the table with a quiet click. I do not run. I move through the crowd with a calm, predatory purpose that has the other orcs falling back before me, their joyous shouts dying on their lips as they see the look on my face. The path clears. The drums seem to falter. A pocket of silence grows around me as I approach. Grak is leaning in, his voice a low, menacing growl, but I hear his final words clearly. "What did our chieftain's son have to promise you to buy his life back?" I do not speak. I simply arrive. I place myself between them, my back to Dinah, facing him. I'm taller than Grak, my body leaner from my ordeal, but no less powerful. I look down at him, and the heat of the great fires feels like a distant thing compared to the ice in my gaze. "You will step away from her, Grak." My voice is not loud, it is cold steel. "You will do it now." Grak straightens up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but it is quickly replaced by a belligerent smirk. "Xylon, I was merely welcoming your guest. The word is an insult." "I heard your welcome," I say, my voice dropping even lower, "and I will not hear it again. You forget your place." "My place," Grak scoffs, raising his voice for the benefit of the watching crowd. "My place is to be concerned for the future of this clan. My place is to wonder if our chieftain's heir has returned with his mind as whole as his body." He gestures toward me, his expression a mask of false concern. "You were a beast, a mindless, raging thing. We all heard the stories, and now you return, not with an orc's honor, but leaning on the magic of a human." He spits the word like a curse. A low, collective murmur ripples through the hall. He is a clumsy politician, but his poison is potent. He is sowing dissent. "Her name is Dina," I say, voice a deadly quiet warning. "And her honor is greater than yours will ever be. She did what you and your warriors could not. She saved the son of your chieftain. Any insult to her is an insult to me, and an insult to the House of Borin." "An insult!" Grak throws his hands wide, playing to the crowd. "It's a question, not an insult. The clan has a right to know if their future leader's judgment has been clouded, if his spirit has been weakened by a human witch's influence. That is enough, Grak! The voice of my father booms through the hall, and the crowd falls silent. Chief Boren strides toward us, his face a mask of grim authority. But Grak is committed. He drops to one knee, a gesture of fealty that is the most insubordinate act I have ever seen. He is not addressing my father. He is addressing the clan. "Chieftain Boren," he says, his voice ringing with false piety, "I do not challenge your son to a duel of strength. His body is strong, but the strength of a chieftain is in his spirit, his judgment. I formally challenge his right to be your heir. I ask that a clan council be convened, as is my right by the old laws, to judge his fitness to one day lead the Fire Sun people." The air is sucked from the hall. A formal challenge. It's an ancient, almost forgotten law, a move of brazen political aggression. He's not just questioning my honor, he's questioning my sanity, my very soul. My father studies me, his eyes full of a fire I have not seen since I was a boy. Then he looks at Grak, and his expression turns to stone. He is a chieftain, and he is bound by the laws he is sworn to uphold. "The law's the law." My father's voice is heavy, a thing of iron and stone. "The challenge is made. It must be answered." He raises his voice, addressing the entire silent hall. "A clan council is convened. In 3 days' time, the fitness of my son, Xylon, to be heir will be judged." A slow, triumphant smirk spreads across Grak's face as he rises to his feet. He looks from me to Dina, who stands behind me, pale and trembling. His gaze lingers on her, a look of pure, venomous contempt. "Let the clan decide," he sneers, his voice a low poison meant for me, but loud enough for all those nearby to hear. "If we should be led by a fractured beast and his human pet."
Chapter 27. Dina. The joyous sounds of the celebration are a distant, mocking echo. In the quiet of the guest quarters I have been given, a room with warm furs and a glowing hearth, more luxurious than any place I have ever known, Grak's words fester like a poison. A broken beast, and his human pet. Sleep is an impossibility. Every time I close my eyes, I see the contempt in his gaze. I hear the sneer in his voice. He did not see a hero, a friend of the clan. He saw a liability, a weakness, a sickness Xylon had brought home. And as I lie in the darkness, the terrible, sickening truth of it coils in my gut. He is right. I am the cause of all of this. The joy of Xylon's return lasted only until he presented me. I am the crack in his armour, the flaw in his victory, the challenge to his birthright, the whispers of his weakness, the shadow that now falls over his future. It all began with me. The guilt is a stone in my chest that makes it hard to breathe. The next 2 days are a blur of quiet agony. I watch him from a distance, a ghost haunting the edges of his life. He is preparing for the clan council, and seeing him among his people is a revelation that both thrills and shatters me. I watch him in the training yard, a vast open arena carved from the mountain stone. He moves with a grace and power that takes my breath away. He wields a great two-handed orcish battle-axe, not as a brutish weapon, but as an extension of his own body. The clang of his axe against a sparring partner's shield is a sharp, clean song of strength. He is a warrior prince, a vision of deadly masculine beauty, and the other orcs watch him with a mixture of awe and deep, abiding respect. He belongs here. This is his world, his birthright. And I am a former slave with nothing to my name but the brand on my neck and the love of a man I am about to ruin. I see the weight of the political battle on his shoulders. I see him in long, intense meetings with his father, their heads bent over maps and scrolls. I see the grim, weary lines around his eyes when he thinks no one is watching. He carries the burden of his ordeal, and now he must carry the burden of Grak's challenge. A challenge that exists only because of me. He would be stronger without me. He would be undisputed, his honour clean, if he had not returned with a human pet at his side. The realization settles not as a thought, but as a cold, hard certainty. My love for him, the thing that feels like the only true and real part of my existence, is a danger to him. To save him from the curse, I was willing to die. Now, to save him from the consequences of saving me, I must do something that feels even harder. I must disappear. On the third morning, the day the council will convene, I make my decision. Before the first hint of dawn streaks the sky, I rise. My hands do not tremble. My heart is a cold, dead stone in my chest. My resolve a suit of ice. I dress not in the fine wool tunic the orcs gave me, but in my old rough-spun slave's clothes I had kept, a bitter reminder of what I am. I wrap a piece of bread and a hard smoked fish in a cloth, and slip a small water skin over my shoulder. It is more than I have ever owned in my life. I creep through the sleeping stronghold, my footsteps silent echoes of a lifetime spent moving unnoticed. I reach the great gate. It is barred for the night, but a smaller door is cut into the massive oak, a postern gate for single travellers. It is unguarded. Freedom, and the certain death of a lone human in the winter mountains, is just one step away. My hand is on the iron latch when a shadow detaches itself from the deeper darkness beside the gate. You were not just going to leave, were you, Dina? Xylon's voice is not angry. It is something far worse. It is quiet, and it is utterly, completely heartbroken. My stomach plummets. I turn slowly to face him. He stands there, a great, powerful silhouette against the gloom, and the pain in his dark eyes is a physical blow. He is not wearing armour, just simple leather leggings and a tunic, and he looks not like a warrior prince, but like a man who has had his heart torn from his chest. I have to. My voice is a choked, broken whisper. Grak is right. I am a weakness. I am costing you everything. Your clan, your birthright. They will not accept you with me. You will be stronger without me. The words tumble out, a pathetic, desperate explanation. He listens, his expression unchanging, but the pain in his eyes deepens with every word, a visible wounding. When I am finished, he is silent for a long, terrible moment. You think so little of me, he says, his voice rough with unshed tears. You think my love, my honour, is so fragile that it can be broken by the ramblings of a fool like Grak. He takes one step closer. You think after everything we have endured that I would simply let you walk away? He stops in front of me, so close I can feel the heat of his body. He does not shout. He does not rage. He just looks at me, his heartbreak a raw, open thing. I did not fight my way back from the darkness only to lose my light. He reaches out, his large, warm hands coming up to gently cup my face. His thumbs stroke my cheeks, wiping away tears I did not even know I was crying. You are my home now, he whispers, his voice thick with a raw, unshakable devotion. There is no clan, no chieftainship, without you. We do not run from this. We do not break. We face this together.
Chapter 28. Xylon. His words, his promise to face this together, have settled a calm in Dina's heart, but they have ignited a cold, calculating fire in mine. Grak's challenge is not just an insult. It is a declaration of war for the soul of our clan, and I will not lose. An hour later, I meet with my father in his private chambers. A great fire roars in the hearth, but the mood is grim. A map of our territories is spread on the heavy oak table between us, but we are not discussing matters of borders. We are discussing the fractures within. Grak has the support of the Stonehide and the Black Tusk families, my father says, his deep voice a low rumble. He taps a finger on the map, not on a location but on an idea. They are traditionalists. They see your ordeal not as a trial you have overcome, but as a stain upon our lineage. They see your bond with the human as proof of this corruption. They see what Grak tells them to see, I counter, my voice tight. He is a brutish, ambitious fool. He is a brutish fool who is using the law like a club, my father corrects, his dark eyes meeting mine. He knows he cannot beat you in a duel, son. He would not be so foolish. This is not a challenge of strength. It is a challenge of spirit. He wants to prove you are still the beast, to provoke you into a rage in front of the entire clan, and show them you are unfit to lead. His words strike me to the heart because they are the truth. My first, deepest instinct is to find Grak in the training yard and break him, to answer his words with an axe and his challenge with blood. And that is precisely the trap he has set for me. I cannot win this with brute force. I cannot win this as a warrior. I must win it as a chieftain. Later I seek out the clan shaman Zora. Her dwelling is a yurt on the highest ledge of the stronghold, the air inside thick with the smoke of burning herbs and the weight of centuries. She is ancient, her olive skin a roadmap of wrinkles, her eyes 2 chips of obsidian that seem to see straight through my flesh to the scars on my soul. She listens in silence as I explain the challenge, her eyes closed, her gnarled fingers tracing the patterns on a wolf's skull. When I am finished, she does not offer political advice. She offers a riddle. "A pot that is cracked is not thrown away," she rasps, her voice like stones grinding together. "It is filled with gold, and the cracks become the most beautiful part of it. Your scars are not your weakness, son of Borin. They are your history. The question the council asks is not if you are broken, but what you have filled the cracks with." Her words follow me out of the yurt and into the cold mountain air. What have I filled the cracks with? I spend the rest of the day in a state of quiet reflection, my mind a battlefield of strategy and doubt. In the evening, I find Dina. She is not in the great hall, but in the kitchens, quietly helping an old orc woman scrub roasting pans, trying to make herself useful, trying to make herself small. Her quiet strength, her refusal to be broken by a lifetime of cruelty, is a thing of profound beauty. I do not speak to her of the council, of Grak, of strategy. I simply sit on a nearby bench and watch her. I watch the way her hands, so small and delicate, work with a tireless resolve. I watch the quiet dignity in her posture. Grak calls her a human pet, a weakness. The traditionalists see her as a stain. They are all blind. They see a human. I see the heart of a warrior. They see fragility. I see a resilience that could shame any orc. They see a weakness that has tainted me. I see the light that guided me out of the endless, roaring darkness. Her compassion isn't a weakness. It is a strength this clan has forgotten, a strength that values healing over breaking, endurance over aggression. Zora's words come back to me. What have you filled the cracks with? Her. I have filled the cracks with her. My ordeal did not weaken me. It hollowed me out, yes, but it was Dina's courage, her compassion, that filled that emptiness and made me whole in a way I never was before. That is not a weakness. That is a rebirth. And with that thought, a plan begins to crystallize in my mind. A strategy that does not run from Grak's accusations, but embraces them. A plan that will take his prejudice and turn it back on him like a sharpened blade. I will not show them the warrior they expect. I will show them the leader I have become. On the morning of the council, the air in the stronghold is thick with a tense, expectant silence. The great hall is being prepared. I find Dina in her quarters, staring out the window at the snow-dusted peaks. She turns as I enter, her eyes full of a quiet, fearful support that strengthens my resolve. I walk to her, holding out my hand. In my palm rests a simple bracelet, not of gold or iron, but of twine, braided in the traditional Orcish style with 3 strands, a symbol of a bond, of a warrior and their shield, of a chieftain and their clan, of 2 mates. Her eyes widen as she looks at it. "Wear this," I command steadily. I take her hand and tie the simple bracelet around her delicate wrist. Today they will all have their say. but they will see you as I see you. I meet her gaze, my heart in my eyes. Trust me.
Chapter 29. Dina. The great hall, a place of joyous, roaring celebration only days ago, is now a silent, solemn court. The great fires in the central pits are banked low, their sullen red glow doing little to warm the cavernous space. The long feasting tables have been pushed back, and the entire Fire Sun clan is assembled, their faces grim and unreadable in the shadows. They sit in tiers carved from the stone, a silent jury of warriors and elders. The air demonstrates a tension so profound it feels hard to breathe. I sit on a simple stone bench near the raised dais where Chief Borin and the clan elders preside, with Zora the shaman at their side. I feel like a specimen under glass, the focus of 1,000 suspicious, hostile stares. My hands are clenched in my lap, my knuckles white. The simple braided twine bracelet Xylon tied around my wrist this morning is a small, rough anchor in a terrifying sea of judgment. It is a secret promise. Trust me. I am trying. Gods, I am trying. Grak stands in the hall, his massive, brutish form radiating a smug confidence. His voice, a low, condescending rumble, echoes in the unnatural quiet. I do not question the strength of his arm, Grak says, his gaze sweeping over the assembled clan, a masterful performance of false sincerity. I question the strength of his spirit. He returns to us, yes. But what has returned? A true orc, or the ghost of one? He was a beast, a mindless slave to a dark elf's magic. An orc's spirit is his honour, his pride. Can a spirit that has been so thoroughly broken ever truly be fit to lead? The words are a physical blow, each one striking me with the force of a stone. This is my fault, all of it. And he does not return alone, Grak continues, and his dark, malicious eyes find mine. He points a thick, accusatory finger at me. He brings with him the very source of his weakness. A human, a creature of no clan, no honour, who he claims is his saviour. We are orcs. We are the Fire Sun clan. We do not need to be saved by a soft human witch who has clearly clouded his judgment. She has strange magic in her blood. I can feel it. A low murmur ripples through the crowd. Fear coils in my gut like a snake. Witch. The word is a brand, as real and as painful as the one on my neck. I have made my case, Grak concludes, turning to the elders. Is the future of this clan to be entrusted to a broken beast and his human pet? Chief Borin's face is a mask of stone, but I can see the fury simmering in his eyes. He looks at his son, Xylon. You have heard the challenge. You may speak. Xylon rises. He moves to the centre of the hall with a calm, deliberate grace that belies the storm I know must be raging inside him. He does not look at Grak. He looks at his people. The entire clan leans forward, expecting a roar of defiance, a challenge of blood and steel. He gives them his confession instead. I was a beast, he begins, his voice not a roar, but a deep, steady calm that commands more attention than any shout. A collective gasp whispers through the hall. Grak is not wrong. For years I was a prisoner in my own body, a slave to a rage that was not my own. The world was a red haze of pain and fury. The man I was, the orc you knew, was a distant echo in a relentless storm. He lets the words settle, his honesty a shocking, disarming blow. A chieftain's strength is in his arm, yes. But if that is his only strength, he is a blunt weapon, not a leader. My time in the darkness taught me a truth that a lifetime of training never could. He pauses, and his dark, intense eyes find mine across the hall. The love and trust in his gaze is a fire that warms my frozen soul. It taught me that the deepest strength is not the power to break, but the power to endure. It taught me that compassion does not signal weakness, but a weapon against despair. I survived, not because of my strength, but because of a single, small act of kindness from another. He raises his voice, his gaze sweeping the entire assembly. Grak asks if I am broken. I ask you, my clan, what is stronger? A warrior who has never known chains, who has never known true despair, or one who has been to the darkest pit and has clawed his way back, not with rage alone, but with a heart that has learned the value of a single flicker of light? He turns to me. Dina, stand with me. My breath catches. My legs are trembling so badly I do not think I can stand. But his eyes hold me, give me strength. I rise and walk to him on shaking legs, my head held high. I stand before him in the centre of this hostile court. He gently takes my hand, the one with the twine bracelet, and turns me so my back is to the clan. With a touch that is impossibly gentle, he moves my hair aside, exposing the ugly, puckered skin of the slave's brand on my neck for all to see. A wave of shock and pity ripples through the crowd. This is the mark of a slave, Xylon says, his voice a low, dangerous growl. A mark of chains. Both of us have known them. I ask you again, people of the Fire Sun, who is more fit to lead you? A warrior who has only ever known the freedom of these mountains, or a chieftain who understands, in his very bones, the true price and the profound meaning of the freedom we are all sworn to protect? He lets the question hang in the air, a powerful, unanswerable truth. He has not just defended himself, he has redefined what it means to be a leader. Before the elders or Grak can even formulate a response, Xylon turns his cold, focused gaze on his rival. Grak's challenge is about my fitness, my spirit. And so I answer it, he declares, his voice ringing with authority. I will not fight you in a simple duel, Grak. Brawling proves nothing. I challenge you to a trial of leadership, a hunt. A murmur of anticipation runs through the clan. Xylon's lips curve into a cold, predatory smile. High on the eastern ridge lives a razor-claw matriarch, the one whose brood has been plaguing our hunters for 2 seasons. He pauses, letting the weight of his words sink in. The one you tried and failed to kill last year. Grak's face turns a mottled, furious red. The hall erupts in whispers. We will hunt it, Xylon commands. Let the clan see which of us is the better leader, which of us is truly fit to protect this stronghold.
Chapter 30. Xylon. Dawn breaks over the high peaks, its light the color of a fresh wound. The air in the main courtyard of the stronghold is sharp and cold, thick with a tension that has nothing to do with the weather. The entire clan is here to see us off, their faces a sea of grim, expectant silence. This is more than a hunt. It is a trial. My future, and Dina's, will be decided on the slopes of this mountain. Grak stands by the gate, a boisterous, arrogant bull surrounded by his supporters. They are 12 strong, all of them loud, boastful warriors from the Stonehide and Black Tusk families, their axes and spears gleaming in the pale light. Grak is already drinking from a horn of ale, laughing too loudly, performing for the crowd. He is treating this as a foregone conclusion. I stand alone. I carry only my father's axe, its familiar weight a comfort in my hand, and a pack with water and supplies. I do not need a war party. I am a hunter, not a brawler. My father claps a heavy hand on my shoulder. Your spirit is your own, son, he murmurs, his voice a low rumble for my ears only. Let them see it. I give a single sharp nod. My eyes find Dina. She stands near the edge of the crowd, her hands clenched, her face pale with worry. But when her gaze meets mine, there is a fierce, unshakable belief in her eyes that strengthens my resolve more than any armor. I give her a small, almost imperceptible nod. I will not fail you. Grak and his party set out with a roar, their heavy, armored footsteps crashing through the undergrowth, their loud jests echoing off the stone walls of the valley. They are an army going to war. I wait until the sound of them has faded, and then I slip into the forest, a silent shadow moving in the opposite direction. Grak thinks like a brawler. He will track the beast's path of destruction, following it head-on. He seeks a direct confrontation. I am not the same warrior who left this valley. The Urog's curse, a thing of horror and pain, left a gift in its wake. My senses are still more. The world is a richer tapestry of information than it is for the others. I close my eyes and breathe in. The wind tells me stories. I can smell the well-trodden path of Grak's party, a foul trail of sweat, ale, and arrogant impatience. I can smell the clean, cold scent of the high cliffs, the damp earth of the lower slopes, and beneath it all, faint but sharp, the musky, predatory scent of the razor claw. It is old, stale. Grak is following a trail from yesterday. I open my eyes and set a new course, moving perpendicular to Grak's path. Patience. Dina's quiet, stubborn resilience in the face of absolute despair taught me the value of that. The Xylon of 10 years ago would have charged after Grak, eager to meet his challenge with brute force. The man I am now knows there is a better way. I move silently, a ghost in the ancient forest. My feet make no sound on the pine needles. My breathing is a slow, steady rhythm. I'm not a hunter. I'm a part of this mountain. Hours pass. I find the true trail high on the western ridge. It is fresh. The scent is a sharp, acrid tang in the air, a promise of violence. I follow it, not with haste, but with a deliberate, measured pace. I find the beast's lair just after midday. It is a deep, shadowed cave set into a sheer cliff face, a place accessible only by a narrow, treacherous ledge. The entrance is littered with the splintered bones of mountain day, and I see with a grim satisfaction the shattered remains of one of Grak's clumsy traps from his previous, failed attempt. I do not charge in. I climb to a higher vantage point and I watch. I wait. Patience is a weapon. The matriarch emerges as the sun begins to dip, a nightmare of scaled hide and serrated claws. She is magnificent and terrible, larger than any razor claw I have ever seen, her movements a fluid dance of deadly power. I observe her patrol, her patterns, the way she tests the wind. I'm learning her, understanding her. My plan forms. I will not fight her in her cave, where she has the advantage. I will not fight her on the ledge, where one misstep means 1,000-foot fall. I find a small, relatively flat clearing 100 yards from her lair, surrounded by a thick grove of ancient ironwood trees. The perfect killing ground. I use the last of the daylight to prepare. I create a small rock slide not to harm her, but to block the most direct path back to her lair, forcing her toward my chosen ground. As dusk settles, I reveal myself. A single sharp stone thrown against the cliff face is enough to draw her attention. Her reptilian head snaps toward me, her yellow eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence. She lets out a piercing, challenging shriek and charges. She is impossibly fast, a blur of black scales and flashing claws. I meet her charge not with brute strength, but with a calculated retreat, leading her away from the cliffs toward the clearing. The fight is a brutal, exhausting dance. Her claws are like razors, tearing through my leather armor, scoring hot lines of pain across my arms and chest. Her powerful tail whips around, a living battering ram that I only just managed to evade. But I am faster. The Urog's strength is gone, but some of its speed remains. I am a torrent of motion. My father's axe, a silver arc in the gloom. I do not aim for a killing blow. I harry her, I wound her, I wear her down, forcing her deeper and deeper into the ironwood grove. She lunges, her jaws snapping, and I see my opening. As her attack overextends, I pivot, bringing my axe around in a powerful horizontal sweep. The blade connects with her neck with a sound like a great tree splitting. It is a clean, deep, honorable blow. She stumbles, a look of stunned surprise in her reptilian eyes, and then she crashes to the ground, her great body shuddering, and then still. I stand over her, my chest heaving, my body a symphony of pain. I take a moment to offer a silent prayer to her spirit, a sign of respect for a worthy adversary. Then, with my remaining strength, I sever the great horned head from her body. The trek down the mountain in the dark is slow, agonizing work. I'm bleeding from a dozen wounds, my muscles screaming in protest. As I reach the lower slopes, I hear them before I see them, the sounds of arguing, frustration. I stop at the edge of a clearing and look down. It is Grak and his men. Their traps are sprung and empty. They're covered in mud, their bravado gone, replaced by a sullen, angry exhaustion. They are lost, following a dead trail, and now they are blaming each other. I do not speak. I do not reveal myself. I simply walk past the clearing, the matriarch's massive horned head slung over my shoulder, its dead yellow eyes staring into the darkness. I'm a silent specter of victory, and I let the sight of me and my trophy be the only judgment they need.
Chapter 31. Dina. Xylon's victory is absolute. He returns to the stronghold not just as a hunter with a kill, but as a leader who has proven his worth beyond all doubt. He carries the head of the Razorclaw matriarch into the great hall, and the silence that greets him is one of pure, stunned awe. He drops the gruesome trophy at his father's feet, and the clan explodes. The roar of their approval is a tidal wave of sound that washes away all the tension and fear of the past few days. Grak and his followers, who had limped back to the stronghold hours earlier, empty-handed and humiliated, can only stand in shamed silence. The political threat is over. That night, the celebration is not just for the returned son. It is for the true heir. The drums beat with a renewed fervour, the fires burn brighter, and the ale flows freely. But through it all, Xylon's dark, intense eyes are only on me. He is a king in his hall, a hero to his people. But every look he sends my way is a silent promise, a vow that this night belongs to us. When the celebration is at its peak, he takes my hand. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. He leads me from the roaring heat of the great hall, through quiet, torch-lit corridors, to his private quarters. The moment the heavy oak door closes behind us, the world narrows to this room, to him. The only sounds are the crackling of the fire and the frantic, unsteady beating of my own heart. He stands before me, a giant of a man, his olive skin gleaming in the firelight. The fresh wounds from his battle are stark and beautiful against the powerful chords of his muscles, a map of his strength and sacrifice. His dark eyes, full of a raw, unguarded love, hold mine. All the barriers, all the control he has maintained, finally crumble. "Dina," he whispers, his voice thick with emotions that are rough and raw and utterly beautiful. He closes the distance between us in 2 great strides. His large, warm hands come up to cut my face, his calloused thumbs stroking my cheeks with a reverence that makes me tremble. "I thought I had lost you before I ever had you," he breathes, his forehead leaning against mine. "You have me," I whisper back. "Xylon, you have me." The kiss is an explosion. It is a release of every moment of fear, every desperate hope. His lips are firm and demanding, yet impossibly gentle. He kisses me like a man who has been starving for a lifetime and has finally found his feast. I answer him with a desperation of my own, my arms wrapping around his neck, my fingers tangling in his thick black hair. He breaks the kiss, his breath hot against my skin. "I need to see you. All of you." His voice is a low, husky rumble that vibrates deep within me. His hands move from my face, trailing down my neck, over my shoulders, with a slowness that is pure torture. He finds the laces of my tunic, his fingers surprisingly deft as he loosens them. The fabric whispers to the floor. His gaze is a physical caress, hot and intense, as he looks at me, standing in only my thin shift. "By the gods," he murmurs, his eyes full of awe. "You are more beautiful than I ever dreamed." He kneels before me, his hands sliding down my back to my hips, and presses a soft, open-mouthed kiss to my stomach through the linen. The sensation shoots through me, a bolt of pure lightning. He hooks his fingers in the hem of my shift and draws it up, over my hips, my waist, and finally over my head, tossing it aside. I stand bare before him, the firelight dancing on my skin. He rises to his full, immense height, his eyes drinking me in. "You are a vision, Dina." "My vision." "Xylon, take your clothes off for me," I murmur, wanting to see him in all his glory. This is a long time coming. We've been dancing in this attraction for a while now. His own clothes follow, discarded with a haste that betrays his controlled exterior. And then he is bare before me, and my breath catches. He is magnificent. Every inch of him is carved from power and grace. His chest is broad, his abdomen a defined plane of muscle that tapers down to... My eyes widen. He is large, thick and long and proud, a part of him as formidable as the rest. A flicker of nervousness mixes with the molten heat pooling in my belly. He sees the look and stills, his expression filling with concern. "We do not have to," he says instantly, his voice soft. "We can stop." "I would never." "I want you," I interrupt, my voice stronger than I feel. "I want all of you."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I lie in the circle of his embrace, tangled in the soft furs. The world outside, with its waiting armies and impending dawn, feels a million miles away. Here, in this sanctuary we have made of each other, I am safe. My head rests on his chest, and the steady, powerful beat of his heart is the only lullaby I will ever need. His hand strokes my hair, his touch a gentle, continuous promise. For the very first time in my entire life, I am not a slave, not a fugitive. I am loved. I am home.
Chapter 32. Xylon. I wake to the pale morning light filtering through the high windows of my quarters. The waking is not a violent wrench from a nightmare, but a slow, gentle surfacing into peace. The reason for that peace is asleep in my arms. Dina! Her head is pillowed on my chest, her brown hair a soft, tangled river across my skin. Her breathing is a slow, even rhythm against my own, a quiet counterpoint to the steady, powerful beat of my heart. I lie there, unmoving, simply watching her. In sleep, the last vestiges of the fear and hardship she has endured fall away from her face, leaving only a serene, breathtaking beauty. She is my home. The vow I made to her at the gate was a pale shadow of the truth that has settled in my very bones. She is not just where my home is. She is the foundation upon which I will build my entire world. When she stirs, her expressive brown eyes flutter open and find mine. A slow, beautiful smile spreads across her face, a true smile, not born of relief or survival, but of pure, simple joy. It is a sight more precious than any victory, more potent than any magic. We face the clan together. When we emerge from my quarters, I do not release her hand. I hold it firmly, a silent, unshakable declaration for all to see. We walk through the great hall, where the clan is breaking their morning fast. A respectful quiet falls as we pass. Warriors who cheered my victory now nod their heads, their gazes acknowledging her place at my side. I see Grak and his supporters at a far table. They do not meet my eyes. Their challenge is broken, their influence shattered, but the sullen resentment in their posture is a clear reminder that prejudice does not die so easily. It is a fire that, for now, has been banked. I will ensure it is never given the air to grow again. I find my father's war captain Korgath and stop before him. Korgath, I say, my voice becoming a low, calm command that carries in the quiet hall. Dina is under my protection. She is to be afforded the honor of a chieftain's guest. Any who show her disrespect will answer to me. The grizzled warrior's eyes move from me to Dina, and a look of profound, approving respect settles on his face. They will have to answer to the whole clan, my prince, he rumbles. She is the Sunbringer who brought you home. The name sends a jolt of fierce pride through me. Sunbringer. It is perfect. My duties as heir, so long abandoned, call to me. But I will not resume them as the man I was. I will be the man I am now. Later that morning, my father convenes a council with the clan elders to discuss the fortifications at the southern pass. I attend, and Dina is at my side. Some of the older, more traditional elders raise a brow, but they do not dare to question me. Not today. They speak of war, of building higher walls, of setting more traps. Their solutions are all of brute force. Dina is silent through most of it, listening with a quiet, focused intensity that I have come to know so well. An elder asks, "What of the prisoners, Lord Gildred and his surviving warriors? What justice do we deal them?" "An execution at sundown," Grak's father snarls from his seat. "A show of strength." A murmur of agreement runs through the council. But I look at Dina. I see the faint tremor in her hand. I place my hand over hers. "You have an opinion, Dina," I say, my voice quiet, inviting. All eyes turn to her. She flinches at the sudden attention, but then she lifts her head, the quiet courage I love so much shining in her eyes. "When I was a slave," she begins, her voice soft but clear, "Lord Gildred's greatest weapon was not his magic. It was fear. An execution. It is what he would do. It is a tool of fear. It shows nothing but a willingness to be as cruel as your enemy." She takes a breath. "But to show mercy, to ransom them back to their people, broken and defeated, that is a show of a different kind of strength. It is the strength of a people so confident in their power that they do not need to prove it with blood. It is a strength the dark elves in their arrogance will never understand, and it will frighten them more than any execution." A stunned silence fills the chamber. The elders look at one another, then at my father, then at me. They had expected a quiet, meek human. She has given them the wisdom of a queen. I watch her in the next few days, and I see her begin to flourish. With the fear of slavery and pursuit finally lifted, the true woman emerges. Her shoulders, once perpetually hunched, are now straight. She smiles more, a brilliant, beautiful thing that lights up her entire face. She is not just my savior. She is my partner, my counsel, my heart. Her compassion is not a weakness. It is the forge that tempered her spirit into unbreakable steel. That evening, I know what I must do. I find my father alone in his chambers, staring into the flames of the hearth. "Father," I say, my voice formal. He turns, a knowing, weary look in his eyes. "Son, I have come to make a formal request," I state, my resolve absolute. "I wish to perform the mating ceremony with Dina. I wish to bind her to me and to the Fire Sun clan for all time." My father is silent for a long moment, his gaze searching mine. He sees the unshakable truth of my heart. He gives a slow, solemn nod. It is your right. You are my heir, and she is worthy of it. A wave of profound relief washes through me. But know this, Xylon, my father continues, his voice turning grave, a warning from a chieftain, not a father. The Orcish mating bond is not a human marriage of simple promises. It is a ritual of old magic. It is permanent. Once the vows are spoken and the magic is sealed, it cannot be broken. Not by time, not by distance, not even by death itself. It will bind your souls together for eternity. He comes closer, his hand coming to rest on my shoulder, his gaze intense. Are you truly ready for that? And more importantly, is she?
Chapter 33. Dina. The aftermath of Xylon's victory is a strange, breathless peace. In the following days, he is a constant, steady presence at my side. He holds my hand as we walk through the stronghold, and the stares of the other orcs are no longer ones of suspicion, but of a deep, abiding respect. I am not Dina the human, the outsider. I am the Sunbringer, the one who brought their prince home. The name is a heavy, unfamiliar cloak, but Xylon's smile when he hears it makes it feel a little lighter. That evening, he explains what he asked of his father. We sit before the fire in his quarters, the warmth a welcome comfort against the cold mountain night. Our mating bond is not like the promises of humans, Dina, he says, his deep voice serious, his gaze intense. It is not a contract that can be broken by words or deeds. He takes my hand, his thumb stroking the simple twine bracelet he gave me, which I have not taken off. It is a ritual of old magic. We are bound before the eyes of the clan and our war god. Our souls are woven together. It is for life and beyond. It can never be unmade. Eternity. The word hovers, a concept so vast and terrifying it makes my stomach plummet. A life spent with Xylon is a thing of impossible, heartbreaking beauty. But to be bound forever, my soul tied to his. What if the broken parts of me, the slave's fear and shame, were to poison him? The next day, I am summoned by Zora. The clan shaman's yurt is perched on a high, windy ledge, and the air inside is thick with the competing scents of 100 different dried herbs and the smoke from a small, glowing brazier. The chieftain's son has chosen you, she rasps, her ancient obsidian eyes studying me from the depths of her wrinkled face. She sits cross-legged on a pile of furs, a wolf's skull resting in her lap. But the magic must choose you as well. The bond is a weaving, 2 threads becoming one. His thread is strong, a thing of iron and fire. But if your thread is weak, if your spirit is not willing to be woven, the tapestry will unravel and both souls will be lost. Her words are a chilling, mystical warning. She speaks of magic as a living, breathing thing. Xylon's soul was scarred by the darkness, she continues, her voice a low chant. Your light healed him. The bond will make that connection permanent. His strength will become your shield, and your heart, little one, will become his anchor. It is a great and terrible responsibility. I leave the shaman's yurt with my head spinning. A great and terrible responsibility. All my life, my only responsibility was to obey, to survive. Now I am being asked to be the anchor for the soul of a prince. As if sensing my turmoil, a group of orc women approach me in the great hall. One of them, a tall, powerfully built woman with a warm, open face and kind eyes, steps forward. I am Helga, she says, her voice a friendly rumble. Wife of Korgath, the war captain. Zora has given her blessing. We are to prepare you. They lead me to a large, fire-lit room where other women are gathered, their strong, capable hands working with looms and needles. They are weaving, their laughter and conversation a comfortable, easy rhythm. They are making the garments for the ceremony, and they invite me to sit with them. At first, I am silent, intimidated, but Helga and the others are patient. They ask me about my life, not with morbid curiosity, but with a quiet, empathetic respect. They, in turn, share stories of their own, of their mates, of raising their children, of the traditions of their clan. They show me the heavy, cream-coloured wool of the ceremonial tunic, the intricate patterns they are weaving into it. Sons for his clan, and, Helga tells me with a wink, a small stubborn wildflower for me. I am surrounded by women who are not rivals for scraps, but a community, a sisterhood. I find myself laughing with them, my hands learning the simple, rhythmic motion of spinning thread. And as I sit there, a part of this circle of strength and warmth, the full weight of what is being offered to me finally settles in. This is not just a marriage. It is not just a promise to Xylon. It is an acceptance into this, into a family, into a people. They are not just offering me a home. They are offering me a life, a place to belong, a thread in the tapestry of their clan. And a cold, sharp flicker of fear pierces through the warmth. Can I do this? After a lifetime spent as a worthless thing, a piece of property, can I truly become one of them? Can I be the wife of a chieftain's son, a woman of the Fire Sun clan? The sheer, crushing weight of their acceptance, of their expectations, is more terrifying than any dark elf's cruelty. Can a broken human slave ever truly belong in a place like this? At the peak of my silent, spiralling panic, a horn blows from the watchtower. It is not the horn of return or of celebration. It is a frantic, desperate series of short, sharp blasts, an alarm. The laughter in the room cuts off. The women leap to their feet, their faces instantly transforming from warmth to a grim warrior's focus. The doors to the great hall burst open, and a scout, his armour dented and his face bleeding from a deep gash, stumbles in. "A war party!" he gasps, his voice raw with exhaustion and terror. "Spotted in the lower passes, hundreds of them, dark elves, mercenaries. And he is leading them. Lord Gildred is at our gates." There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 34. Xylon. The scout's words of terror fall into the stunned silence of the Great Hall, and the fragile peace we have fought so hard to build shatters into 1,000 pieces. Lord Gildred, an army, at our gates. The joy of my homecoming, the triumph of my victory over Grak, the quiet hope of a future with Dina. It all turns to ash in my mouth. A cold, familiar fury settles over me. It is not the hot, chaotic rage of the Urog, but the icy, deliberate wrath of a warrior and a chieftain's son whose home is threatened. My father looks at me, his eyes grim, and in that silent, shared glance, the mantle of leadership passes from him to me. I am no longer just the heir. I'm the war leader of the Firesun clan. To the war room, I command in a way that cuts through the rising panic. Korgath, get a full count of our warriors. Send scouts to the high ridges. I want to know the enemy's numbers, their composition, and their exact position. Move. Now. The clan, which had been on the verge of chaos, snaps to attention. Warriors move with a renewed purpose. The great hall transforms from a place of community to a nerve center of war. Maps are unrolled across the high table. Captains are summoned, and the stronghold begins to buzz with the grim, determined energy of a hive preparing to be attacked. My time as a captive, a thing of shame and agony, now becomes our greatest weapon. I stare down at the map of the mountain passes, but in my mind I am seeing the tactics room in Lord Gildred's estate. I see the arrogant sneer on his face as he planned his campaigns. He will not attack from the west, I say to my father and the assembled war captains, my finger tracing a path on the map. The approach is too direct, too obvious. Gildred is a sorcerer, not a soldier. He believes his power makes him superior to common tactics, but he's still a slave to his own arrogance. He will see the main gate as a brute's entrance. I tap a narrow, treacherous goat trail on the eastern flank. He will send a small force here, a feint to draw our attention. His main army with his mercenaries and his enchanted beasts will come through the southern pass. He will expect us to mass our forces at the main gate, leaving the south vulnerable. He believes orcs are simple, that we only understand the direct assault. My father nods, his eyes filled with a grim pride. Your time in the darkness has given you a sharp eye, my son. It has taught me how my enemy thinks, I counter, my voice cold, and I will use that knowledge to destroy him. The next day is a blur of preparations. The forges glow day and night, the clang of hammers on steel a constant rhythmic heartbeat. Warriors sharpen their axes, their faces set in grim lines of determination. The very air of the stronghold has changed, charged with the electric hum of impending battle. I am in the armory, inspecting a newly forged shield, when a large shadow falls over me. I turn. It's Skrak. He stands alone, his usual belligerent supporters absent. He is not wearing his armor, and he does not meet my eyes. "War leader," he says in a humbled rumble. He extends his forearms, a formal gesture of submission. "My warriors and I are yours to command. My life is yours to command. I was a fool, blinded by pride. Forgive me." I look at him, at the great brutish orc who tried to tear my life apart. I feel nothing but a weary sense of purpose. The clan needs to be whole. Now is not the time for old grudges. I clasp his forearm, the warrior's grip of acceptance. "There is nothing to forgive," I say, my voice hard but clear. "Today, we are all sons of the Fire Sun. We will fight as brothers. You and your warriors will reinforce the southern pass. You will be the first to taste dark elf blood." A flicker of his old, fierce pride returns to his eyes. He gives a single, sharp nod. "It will be done." He turns and walks away, a warrior with a purpose. Our rivalry burned away in the face of a common enemy. Amidst the chaos of war preparations, Dina is a point of quiet, unshakable calm. She is not a warrior. She does not know how to wield an axe. But her own quiet strength becomes an essential part of our defense. I am the mind of the war, the strategist. She becomes its heart. I see her in the makeshift infirmary, her hands, once so hesitant, now moving with a steady confidence as she grinds herbs with the shaman's acolytes, preparing poultices and medicines. I see her in the kitchens, ensuring every warrior has a full belly and a skin of water, her presence a silent, soothing reassurance. The orc women, who once saw her as a fragile outsider, now work alongside her, a quiet sisterhood of resilience. She is not a weakness. She is the foundation on which our victory will be built. That evening I find her on the high battlements, looking out at the valley below. The sun is setting, painting the snow-capped peaks in shades of blood and gold. I come to stand beside her, and we watch the dying of the light in a comfortable silence. "I'm proud of you, Dina," I rumble. She turns to me, a small, sad smile on her face. "I am not doing anything. I am just helping." "You're giving them hope," I counter, taking her hand. "You're reminding them what we are fighting for, not just for stone and territory, But for this, for our home, for our future. She leans her head against my shoulder, and we stand as one, a chieftain's heir and his sunbringer, watching the last of the light fade from the world, the calm before the storm. And then it comes, a single piercing note from the watchtower high on the western peak, the sound of the war horn. It slices through the quiet evening air, a sharp, terrible cry of warning. The Dark Elf army is at our gates.
Chapter 35. Dina. The night before the battle is a thing of heavy, waiting silence. The roaring fires in the great hall are banked to low glowing embers, the boisterous sounds of the clan replaced by the whisper of the wind through the high mountain passes. Every warrior is with their family, or in the armory, or simply sitting with their own thoughts, caught in this final, terrible calm before the storm. Sleep eludes me like I am the plague. The bed of soft furs is a mockery of comfort when every nerve in my body is alight with a humming, anxious energy. I slip from the bed and go in search of Xylon. I find him where I know he will be. On the highest battlement of the stronghold, a solitary, powerful silhouette against a sky littered with cold, indifferent stars. He stands with his forearms resting on the stone parapet, staring down into the dark valley below. I cannot see the enemy army from here, but I can see the faint, malevolent orange glow of their thousands of campfires, a sprawling, sleepless beast waiting for the dawn. The weight on his shoulders is a visible thing, even in the darkness. He carries not just the burden of command, but the fate of every soul in this stronghold, the weight of his home. I come to stand beside him, my own hands resting on the cold, rough-hewn stone. We are silent for a long time, the wind whipping strands of my hair across my face. He does not look at me, but I feel the tension in him ease slightly at my presence. "You should be sleeping," he says finally, his voice a low, rough rumble. "So should you," I counter softly. He lets out a long, slow breath, a cloud of white in the frigid air. "I have not slept well in 10 years, Dina. I doubt I will start tonight." His gaze remains fixed on the enemy campfires. I look at them, and I do not feel fear for myself. I have faced death. I have lived in a nightmare. The thought of battle. It does not frighten me. He turns his head then, and his dark eyes find mine. In their depths, I see a vulnerability, a raw, aching fear that is far more profound than any battle terror. "My fear," he says, his voice thick with an emotion he has held in check for days, "is of losing this. Of losing you. I have just found you. I have just found myself again. If we fall tomorrow, if they get through..." He cannot finish the sentence. The unspoken horror hangs between us. I reach out and place my hand on his arm. The muscle beneath his leather tunic is coiled as tight as a steel spring. "I am not afraid," I say, and the words are the truest I have ever spoken. A lifetime of fear has been burned away by the simple, absolute certainty of my love for him. Whatever happens at dawn, we face it. As long as I am with you, I am not afraid. My quiet strength seems to break something in him. With a sound that is half a groan, half a prayer, he turns and pulls me into his arms. He crushes me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me like bands of steel, his face buried in my hair. He holds me, not with the explosive passion of our first night, but with a desperate, trembling need, as if he is trying to absorb me into himself, to keep me safe from the world by making me a part of him. "You're my light," he whispers into my hair. The words a raw confession. "If I lose you, the darkness will be absolute." "You won't lose me," I promise, my own voice thick with tears as I wrap my arms around his waist, holding on just as tightly. "You will never lose me." He pulls back just enough to look at me, his hands coming up to cup my face. His eyes are full of love and fear and a desperate, burning longing. He kisses me, and it is a kiss of profound, heartbreaking intimacy. It is a kiss that speaks of forevers and goodbyes, of silent vows and desperate hopes. It is a promise to survive, a prayer to the gods we will have a life beyond this one, bloody dawn.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
As the first pale hint of dawn bleeds over the mountain peaks, we stand together on the battlement once more. I am dressed in leathers, and he is clad in the black, formidable armour of a war leader. But beneath my armour, I carry the marks of his love, and on his skin he carries the marks of my claim. He takes my hand, his gauntlet-clad fingers lacing through my own. We stand together, a united front against the coming darkness, our bond forged in fire and sealed in love, ready to face whatever the dawn will bring.
Chapter 36. Xylon. The dawn is cold and grey. From my position on the high battlements, I watch the army of Lord Gildred spill into the valley below like a river of black, venomous ink. They are everything the scout promised, a disciplined force of dark elf soldiers in gleaming obsidian armor, a rough, brutal contingent of human mercenaries, and worse, great lumbering beasts of shadow and bone, abominations conjured from Gildred's darkest sorceries. They are better equipped, and they outnumber us 2-1. A grim silence falls over my warriors. I can smell their fear, a sharp metallic tang beneath the scent of leather and steel. But I do not feel fear. I feel a cold, clear certainty. I know this enemy. I know their leader. And I know his arrogance will be his undoing. Hold the main gate, I command Korgath, my voice a calm, steady thing that cuts through the tension. Make them believe it is our only defense. Grak, you have the southern pass. Do not show yourselves until you hear my signal. The Dark Elves advance. As I predicted, a smaller force breaks from the main army and begins the slow, arduous march toward the main gate, firing bolts of magical energy at our walls that explode in showers of purple sparks. It is a noisy, impressive, and utterly pointless display. A feint. My eyes are fixed on the southern pass. Lord Gildred himself, a distant, elegant figure on a black, armored steed, leads his main force into the narrow, treacherous canyon. He believes he is flanking us. He believes he is clever. He does not know he is marching his entire army into a trap of my design. He reaches the center of the pass, a place where the canyon walls are steep and unstable. This is it. I raise my hand and give the signal, a single piercing blast from a war horn. The mountain itself answers. From the high ridges above the southern pass, my warriors, led by Grak, send the great boulders we positioned days ago crashing down. The avalanche is a thunderous, grinding roar of destruction. It does not wipe out his army, but it does exactly what I intended. It shatters their formation. The narrow pass is choked with rock and screaming bodies. Their disciplined lines are now a chaotic, panicked mob, trapped between the rockslide and the sheer canyon walls. "Archers!" I roar. From hidden positions all along the canyon rim, 100 fire sun bows are drawn as one. Loose! A black cloud of arrows descends upon the trapped army. The volley is devastating, and before they can even recover, the second part of my plan begins. "Now," I say, my voice a low growl of pure, righteous fury, "we show them what an orc's strength truly is." Lift my father's great axe. "For the fire sun!" I roar, my voice echoing through the valley. A single unified war cry, thousands of voices strong, answers me. With a sound like the mountain itself breaking apart, we charge. We pour from hidden tunnels and side passages, not at the main gate, but directly into the flank of their panicked, disordered army. The battle is a maelstrom of blood and steel. The dark elves are skilled, but their tactics are useless in this chaotic brawl. The orcs are stronger, fiercer, and we are fighting to protect our home. I am a whirlwind of controlled destruction, my axe a silver blur in the morning light. Every blow I land, every enemy I fell is for the years they stole from me, for the agony of the curse, for Dina. But my eyes are not just on the battle. They are scanning the chaos, searching for one face, one elegant, cruel, sorceress face. I see him. He is on a rocky outcrop above the main fray, his personal guard around him, his pale hands weaving spells of shadow and death that lash out at my warriors. He is a cancer, and I am the blade that will cut him out. I fight my way toward him, a relentless engine of vengeance. His guards are the best elite soldiers in enchanted armor. They fall before me like saplings before a storm. I climb the outcrop, my boots slipping on the blood-slicked stone until I stand before him. "Sorcerer," I snarl. Lord Gildred looks at me, and for the first time, I see a flicker of fear in his violet eyes. "The beast," he hisses. He raises his hands, and tendrils of pure darkness erupt from the ground, lashing out, trying to ensnare me. I am not the beast he knew. I am faster. I leap over them, my axe raised. He throws a bolt of black energy. I block it with the flat of my axe, the magical impact a jarring shock that numbs my arm. But I do not falter. His magic is powerful, but he has relied on it for too long. He does not know how to fight a true warrior, face to face. I close the distance, my sheer physical presence breaking his concentration. He stumbles back, his face pale, his arrogance finally cracking. He makes one last, desperate attempt, a complex spell of binding. But I am too close. My fist connects with his jaw, a single brutal blow that sends him sprawling to the ground, his spell dissolving into nothing. My axe is at his throat before he can even register his defeat. His eyes are wide with terror. He is mine. The Urag inside me, the ghost of the beast, screams for blood. It wants me to finish it, to take his head, to repay a decade of agony with a single, satisfying moment of vengeance. The temptation is a physical thing, a burning tide in my veins. But I look away from his terrified face, down at the battle. I see my clan, fighting with honor. I see Dina in my mind's eye, her quiet strength, her compassion. I see my father, waiting for me to be the leader he raised. Vengeance is the beast's way. Justice is a chieftain's. With a grunt, I reverse my axe and bring the heavy flat pommel down on the side of his head. He slumps to the ground, unconscious but alive. I stand over his broken form, my chest heaving. The sight of their leader, defeated, his body slung over my shoulder like a sack of grain, breaks the will of the remaining Dark Elf army. A captain sees me, his eyes wide with horror, and he throws down his sword, then another, and another. A ragged cheer begins from my warriors, then grows into a triumphant, deafening roar. In the valley below, the army of Lord Gildred, broken and leaderless, surrenders. The war is over. We have won.
Chapter 37. Dina. The victory celebration is a roaring, joyous fire that fills the great hall and chases the last of the shadows from my soul. Xylon is a king among his people, his name chanted and cheered, his victory in the battle a new, more glorious chapter in the history of the Fire Sun clan. He is not just the returned son, he is Xylon the Unbroken, the war leader who saved them all. And I, who once felt like a ghost haunting the edges of his world, I'm now firmly at its centre, my hand in his, a permanent fixture at his side. The change in the clan is a palpable thing. The suspicious stares from Grak's followers have been replaced by looks of grudging, then genuine respect. Warriors who once saw me as a liability now raise their horns of ale to me, their deep voices booming my new name. "To the Sunbringer!" they roar, and the name, which once felt like a heavy cloak, now settles on my shoulders like a mantle of honour I am finally willing to bear. The war is over. The next day, I watch from the battlements as Lord Gildred and his surviving warriors, stripped of their fine armour and their arrogant pride, are led in chains to the cells deep within the mountain. Their fate will be decided by the clan council, by the very orcs they deemed brutish animals. It is a quiet, profound justice, a final closing of a dark and painful chapter of my life. In the days that follow, a new, peaceful rhythm settles over the stronghold, a rhythm of rebuilding, of healing, and of preparation. The date of our mating ceremony is set, and the entire clan seems to be swept up in a joyous, bustling energy. On the day of the ceremony, Helga and 2 other orc women come to my quarters. Their faces are wreathed in warm, happy smiles. "It is time, little sister," Helga says, her voice a gentle rumble. They lead me to a private chamber, warm and fragrant from the steam rising from a large copper tub. They help me bathe, washing my hair with water infused with mountain herbs, their touches gentle and respectful. This simple act of kindness, of women caring for one another, is a thing I have never known, and I have to bite my lip to keep the tears from falling. Afterward, they prepare me. They do not dress me in the cold silks and hard jewels of the dark elves. They dress me in the traditions of the fire sun. The tunic is of the softest, cream-coloured wool, so finely woven it feels like a cloud against my skin. It is sleeveless, leaving my arms bare, and embroidered along the hem with intricate patterns of suns and mountain flowers in thread of spun gold. Over it, they place a vest of supple dark brown leather, decorated with beautiful geometric patterns of polished beads. They brush my hair until it shines, letting it fall in its natural waves down my back. Then, with soft, reverent fingers, they begin to weave small, vibrant mountain wildflowers into the strands. Deep blue frostbells, bright yellow sundazzles, and the small, white, star-shaped petals of a flower they call Seren's Tear. The scent of them is a sweet, clean perfume that fills the air around me. When they are finished, they turn me to face a large, polished silver mirror that hangs on the stone wall. I stare, my breath catching in my throat. The woman who stares back at me is a stranger. Her eyes, my familiar brown eyes, are clear and bright, free of the shadow of fear that has haunted them for a lifetime. Her skin, once pale and sallow, now has a healthy glow from our time in the sun and mountains. The brand on my neck is still there, a faint puckered scar, but it no longer looks like a mark of ownership. It is a symbol of a battle I have survived, a past I have overcome. I see not Dina the slave, the worthless, frightened thing from Lord Gildred's kennels. I see a woman, strong and whole, adorned in the flowers of the wild and the honest, beautiful craft of a proud people. I see a woman who has found her home. I see a chieftain's mate. A single, happy tear traces a path down my cheek. The heavy oak door to the chamber swings open. I turn, my heart a soaring, frantic bird in my chest. Xylon stands in the doorway. He is dressed in his own ceremonial attire, a simple sleeveless tunic of black leather that leaves his powerful olive-skinned arms bare, the sun tattoo on his shoulder a bold, proud declaration of his lineage. His black hair is damp, freshly washed, and his dark eyes, they are fixed on me. He does not speak. He does not have to. The look in his eyes is a symphony of every promise he has ever made, of every battle he has ever fought. It carries such profound, soul-deep love, of such absolute, reverent awe, that it steals the very breath from my lungs. He is the beginning and the end of my world, my warrior, my prince, my home. He steps into the room and holds out his hand, a silent, beautiful invitation to our forever.
Chapter 38. Xylon. The night sky above the stronghold is a vast, bottomless ocean of glittering stars. In the great courtyard, a massive bonfire rages, its flames leaping toward the heavens, a single defiant sun in the cold mountain darkness. My entire clan, my family, is gathered in a great silent circle around the fire, their faces painted in the flickering dancing light. The air is still, heavy with the weight of ancient tradition and the scent of pine smoke and sacred herbs. I stand before the fire beside the ancient shaman Zora, and I wait. I am dressed in the ceremonial leathers of my clan, my chest bare, my heart a thunderous drum against my ribs. Tonight is not a battle of axes and shields. It is a battle of vows, of souls, and it is the most important one I will ever fight. Then, I see her. The crowd parts and she walks toward me, escorted by my father. And the world, the fire, the stars, they all cease to exist. There is only her. She is a vision, a goddess of the mountain wildflowers she wears in her wavy brown hair. Her ceremonial tunic of cream-colored wool seems to glow in the firelight, and the simple, beaded leather vest she wears does nothing to hide the fierce, beautiful strength of her spirit. She walks with a quiet, steady grace, her eyes those deep brown pools of courage and compassion fixed on mine. She is not a slave. She is not a fugitive. She is a queen, and this is her coronation. She comes to a stop before me. My father places her hand in mine, and his grip is firm, a silent blessing from a chieftain to his son. Her hand is so small, so delicate in my own, but her grip is strong, unwavering. Zora raises her gnarled, wrinkled hands to the sky. We gather tonight under the eyes of the ancestors and the gaze of the war god. Her voice is a low, raspy chant that carries in the silence. We are here to witness a weaving. 2 threads, one of iron and fire, one of earth and light. 2 souls to be bound as one. She takes a long, braided cord of twine from the leather pouch at her belt. It is woven with sweet-smelling mountain herbs and the same wildflowers that adorn Dina's hair. A life is a single thread, Zora chants, weak on its own. But when woven together, it becomes a rope that cannot be broken. She begins to wrap the twine around our joined hands, her movements slow and deliberate. With each wrap, she knots a new herb into the cord. With this root, I bind your strength, that you may be each other's shield, she rasps. With this leaf, I bind your hearts, that may build a home. With this flower, I bind your souls, that you will be one another's anchor in this life and in all the lives to come. The magic is a palpable thing, a warm, golden energy that flows from the twine, sinking into my skin, into our joined hands, a current that connects us, heart to heart, soul to soul. Speak your vows, son of Borin, Zora commands. I turn to Dina. I look into the eyes of the woman who faced a hideous monster and saw a man, the woman who was my only light in a decade of darkness. Dina, my voice is a low, rough thing, thick with an emotion too vast for any words. I have no home but you. I have no honor but the honor you have given me. I have no soul but the one you saved. I raise our bound hands. With this hand I will build your home. With this arm I will be your shield. With this heart I will love you until the stars themselves burn out. I am yours, Dina, in this life and in the next. Tears stream down her beautiful face, glittering like diamonds in the firelight. She takes a breath, her voice a clear, steady bell that rings in the silent night. Xylon, she says, and my name on her lips is the most beautiful sound I've ever heard. I was a slave who had nothing. You've given me everything. A home, a family, a future. I was a ghost and you saw me. I give you the only thing I've ever truly owned. She places her free hand over our bound ones, over my heart. I give you me. I am yours. Always. Zora raises her face to the sky once more. "War God," she cries, "do you bless this union?" A profound silence falls over the courtyard. The wind dies. The fire ceases its crackling. The entire world seems to hold its breath. And then, from the heart of the bonfire, a great swirling column of fire and golden sparks erupts, soaring straight up into the star-dusted sky in a silent, brilliant pillar of light. The sign is given. The blessing is absolute. The clan lets out a single, unified roar of joy and approval that shakes the very mountains. The ceremony is done. We are one. The heavy wooden door clicks shut, sealing us in a world of our own. The distant, happy rumble of the celebration is a fading echo, replaced by the crackle of the fire in the great hearth and the frantic beating of my own heart. The braided twine, a fragrant symbol of the magic now woven into our very souls, is still tied around our wrists, connecting us. I turn to her, my Dinah. The firelight dances over her skin, gilding her in gold. She is a vision, more beautiful than any star in the mountain sky. Her eyes, deep pools of courage and love, hold mine, and in them I see my past, my present, and my forever. My wife, I breathe. The words a reverent prayer. My mate, I don't simply kiss her. I claim her mouth with a slow, deep hunger that is both a promise and a claiming. My hands come up to frame her face, my thumbs stroking the soft skin of her cheeks as I taste the sweetness of her lips, the hint of wine from the feast. She melts against me, her small, strong hands sliding up my bare chest, her touch branding me. I need to see you, I rasp against her mouth, my voice rough with a need that is already threatening to shatter my control. All of you. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
After a long while, she traces the scars on my chest. The cracks, she whispers, her voice soft with wonder. They're filled with light. I look down at where her hand rests. She's right. The scars are still there, but they no longer feel like wounds. They feel like vessels, now overflowing with the golden, unwavering light of her love. You are the light, I say, kissing her forehead. What shall we do with our peace, my queen? Now that the war is over. She smiles, a sleepy, contented curve of her lips. We live, she says simply. We build our home. We fill it with laughter. Her hand drifts to her stomach, and a new, profound hope blooms in my chest. We have all the time in the world. I hold her closer, watching the firelight play over our still connected wrists. The hunt is done. We have our hard-won peace, and it is more beautiful than I have ever dared to dream.
Epilogue. Dina. 1 year later. The late afternoon sun is a warm, golden blessing on the stronghold. I walk through the main courtyard, a place that once seemed so intimidating, and the sounds that greet me are the sounds of a hard-won peace. The rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer, the distant shouts of children playing a game, the low murmur of conversation from the warriors cleaning their gear by the armory. An orc woman with a baby on her hip smiles and nods as I pass, and I smile back, my hand resting instinctively on the gentle, swelling curve of my own belly. The air smells of pine smoke, baking bread, and the rich, loamy scent of the earth. The Fire Sun clan is thriving. The war with Lord Gildred is a fading scar, a story now told to frighten children around the bonfire. With the Dark Elf's influence broken, trade has opened with the human towns in the lowlands and the dwarven clans of the neighbouring mountains. Our storehouses are full, and the clan is stronger, more unified than it has been in generations. My path takes me to the edge of the great training yard. I stop in the shadow of the overhang, an unseen observer. Xylon stands in the middle of the yard, but he is not sparring with his war captains. He is surrounded by a group of young orcs, children who are not yet old enough to hold a true battle axe. He is teaching them. Strength is not just in the arm that swings the axe. I hear his deep, calm voice roll across the yard. He is demonstrating a defensive move against a young, overeager orc who is nearly twice the size of his sparring partner. It is in the mind that sees the opening. The brute charges. The warrior thinks. He uses his enemy's strength against him. He shows the smaller orc how to use his opponent's momentum to throw him off balance, a move of cunning and grace rather than raw power. The larger boy tumbles harmlessly onto the packed earth with a surprised grunt, and the other children laugh. Xylon helps the boy up, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile. He is not just training warriors. He is raising leaders. He is teaching them the lessons of endurance and empathy he learned in the darkness, ensuring the future of his clan will be guided not just by strength, but by wisdom. He looks up then, as if sensing my presence, and his eyes find me across the yard. The fierce, focused face of the chieftain softens, the lines of command melting away to be replaced by a look of such profound, unwavering love it still steals my breath. He says a final word to the children and strides toward me, his powerful, graceful movements a familiar, beloved sight. He stops before me, his shadow falling over me, a welcome, protective shade. "My wife," he says, voice a low rumble meant only for me. "My chief," I answer, a smile playing on my lips. He reaches out, his large, warm hands coming to rest on my belly, cradling the new life within. His touch is impossibly gentle, full of a reverent awe that makes my heart swell. And how are my two most precious warriors today? "We are well," I whisper, placing my own hands over his. I can feel the faint, fluttering kicks of our child against his palms. He leans down and presses a soft, lingering kiss to my lips. It is a kiss of deep contentment, of a love that has been tested by monsters and magic, by war and doubt, and has emerged unbreakable. We turn, standing side by side, his arm wrapped securely around me. We watch the sun begin its slow, majestic descent behind the snow-capped peaks of the western mountains, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and gold and purple. The light of our ancestor, the fire sun, blesses the valley, our home. His future is secure, my past is healed, and our future, the one we fought and bled for, the one we are building together, is as bright and as boundless as the star-dusted sky that is beginning to unfold above us. We are at peace. We are home.